Yeah, good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, we can start.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon to all the participants. Today's session, I want to discuss some feature representation continuation to the yesterday, and I will go with the unsupervised learning algorithm and application. So, last session, I discussed the importance of the feature representation. So, just a few of them, like text document based feature representations and signal based feature representation and human based feature representation, how the features we are extracting as shown. So here some image based feature representation and how the variations is came from one representation to another representation, how to project it, we will discuss here. Then after that we can go with the some unsupervised learning method. So basically, three different type of the image related images are available. So regularly we are seeing the different variations. For example, binary images is there. So these are rarely we can see the binary images. So basically, any image we're talking about image means it is the two-dimensional data. Okay. So for example, it is the two-dimensional data means it's look like a matrix kind of thing. So matrix means it contains the rows and columns kind of thing. So for example, here you can assume it, my image size is 10 cross 10. So 10 cross 10 image means it consists of a 10 rows and 10 columns. Okay. So here each cell you can consider as a one pixel. What is mean by pixel? For example, in this binary image, we are seeing the some object or some shape of the object. How you are visualizing the shape of object based on the some information, nothing but here image consists of a pixels. So each pixel contains some value that we can call as a pixel intensity value or pixel frequency value. So because of that intensity value or frequency values, we are visualizing the some shape of the objects. Okay. So here same way in 10 cross 10 image, each cell you can assume as a one pixel. Okay. So in this case, each pixel contains how many values? Only one value. So that what is the value? The value is either 0 or 1. So 0 indicates it is a black color, 1 indicates it is a white color. Okay. Suppose if I selected one pixel here, then what is the pixel intensity value in this case? It is look like a white color. So here pixel value is 1. Suppose if I selected one pixel here, then what is the pixel intensity value in this place? So it is look like a black color, then it is the 0. So here the entire image consists of only ones and zeros. Then that type of image we can call as a binary image. So like you can take the small portion of the image in the second image. So that just I zoom the image. Okay. So zooming furtherly, what will happen? It will disappear the shape of the object. It will only appear the numbers. So the numbers is ones and zeros only. So where is the white color is there? It's consists of a ones. Where the black color is there? It's consists of a zeros. So like this, it's the entire image contains the zeros and ones kind of thing. So where the zeros is there, then that portion we can call as a black color, and remaining portion we can call as a white color. Suppose in this case, if I use my intensity values as a feature representation, then in this 10 cross 10 image we can construct the feature vector. Then what is the size of the feature vector here? So total how many values is there, how many pixels is there in 10 cross 10 image? 100 values is there, means 10 into 10 100. So if I take that intensity values as my feature representation, then what is the feature vector for the one sample? So that is 100 cross 1 or 1 cross 100, either you can take row wise or column wise. So like this entire database, I construct 5,000 samples. Okay. Then I need to construct the entire database features data. Then what is the total dimensionality of the my feature data is? That is 100 cross 5,000 or 5,000 cross 100, either row wise or column wise. So like that we can construct our features data once you have the database of the binary images. So normally where you see this binary image kind of data, so where it is occupy the less memory kind of thing and less computational kind of facilities there, then we can see the binary image kind of data. For example, we are using the biometric kind of system, so we are giving the fingerprints kind of our thumb kind of thing, then that will be convert into the templates. Okay, so the templates in the form of the binary. Why it is in the form of the binary? Because where the devices you are using for the biometric recognition, so the device consists of a small amount of the memory and a small computational facility. So for this kind of applications, what they will do, they convert this original image into the binary template. Then based on the binary template, they will extract the feature representations. So normally it is a thumb related kind of thing. So in that case, what type of the features they will extract, that is called the minutia points. Like our thumb consists of some lines kind of is there. So the lines will be represented with the black color and background represented with the white color. So the lines they will call as ridges. Okay, so based on that they will extract the points, features kind of thing. So in that case, this binary image data is sufficient. So some type medical applications. In medical application, what they do, for example, how the X-ray, MRI, CT scanning data is there. So based on that, you need to identify in which position the tumor or cancer is there. So the projected output of the image. So in which position tumor or cancer is there. So the cancer and tumor will be projected with the binary images only. Okay. So this is a virtual image. Virtual image may be grayscale image kind of thing, another type of the images. So once you are projected in which position tumor is there in the entire original image. Okay. So that will be projected image is the binary form. Next, another type of the image is the grayscale images. So this is also image nothing but two-dimensional data. Okay. So in this case, two-dimensional data means consists of a rows and columns kind of thing. So for example, you can assume it here also image size is 10 cross 10. So 10 cross 10 image means it consists of a 10 rows and 10 columns. Okay. So each cell in this also you can assume as a 1 pixel. Each cell is the 1 pixel. So each pixel contains the how many values? It contains the only one value. So what is the value? The values ranges from the 0 to 255. Okay. So previous case, binary case, the value is either 0 or 1, but here it's the value ranges from the 0 to 255. So 0 to 255 means 0, 1, 2, 180, 181, 250, 251, 252, 254, 255, like this is their values. Okay. So which are the values of the pixel indexed values near to 0, then that pixel value indexed value near to 0 means it's consists of a black color. So which are the pixel indexed values near to 255 means it's consists of a white color, and remaining pixels that depending on the thickness of the gray. If it is a more gray kind of thing, then it's towards the 0, and if it is a less gray means it is towards the 255. Okay. So it's very difficult to recognize what is the exact gray value, but we can easily say, for example, if I selected one pixel here, then what is the pixel indexed value means it is almost look like a white color. So it's maybe 251 or 252 like that. For example, if I selected one pixel here, then what is the pixel indexed value in this case? Maybe it is almost near to white color, black color kind of thing. So it is almost near to 0 or 2 or 3 kind of thing. But if I select one pixel here, then what is the pixel intensity values? That is exactly we don't know, but is depending on the thickness of the gray, that is either towards 0 or towards 255 is there. Suppose if I use my feature representation is the grayscale image based feature representation, then if this 10 cross 10 image I convert it into the feature vector, then what is the dimensionality of the feature vector if I use the pixel intensity values as my feature representation? So in this case, 10 cross 10 means how many values is there? 100 values. So each pixel contains only one value. So what is the size of the vector? Here also 100 cross 1. So like this in my database, it's not contain the one image, maybe it's contain the 6,000 images. So each and every sample I need to extract the intensity values based feature representation. Then what is the total size of the feature data is? That is 6,000 cross 100 means each sample contains 100 dimensionality. Total number of samples are 6,000 or 100 cross 6,000, either row wise or column wise. Okay. So like that we need to construct the pixel intensity values based feature representation. Okay. So where you see this kind of the grayscale images, so most of the medical data is available in the form of the grayscale images only, either X-ray images or the CT scan or MRI kind of images, they will available in the grayscale images. Okay, so this is one type of the image representation. So another type of the image representation which are we currently using nowadays, everyone have the smartphone is there, everyone capturing the images. So that images we can call as the color images. Okay, so first of all, it is also image. Okay, so here image consists of a two-dimensional data. So two-dimensional data means it consists of rows and columns. So my image size here also you can assume it 10 cross 10 image. Okay, so here each cell you can assume as a 1 pixel. Okay, each cell you can assume as a 1 pixel. So in this case, color image case, each pixel consists of a how many values? 3 values. Okay, so what are the 3 values? Red, green, blue. So each pixel consists of a, in this color image, 3 values, red, green, blue. And previous cases like binary and grayscale cases, each pixel consists of only 1 value. Okay, and the value is, in case of red, value ranges from the 0 to 255, and green also ranges from the 0 to 255, and blue also ranges to 0 to 255. Okay, so like that each pixel consists of 3 values, it ranges from the 0 to 255. Suppose in this color image I selected the 1 pixel here, then can you tell me what is the pixel intensity values in this pixel? What are the intensity values it consists of in this image? So I said here is chosen the 1 pixel. So what is the pixel consists of how many values? 3 values. So what are the values? Red, green, blue. Okay, so each one ranges from the 0 to 255. So maybe this is the like a 30, this is a 46, this is the 84. So these 3 color combinations, okay, sorry, it is the look like a red color, sorry, green color. So green is more, it consists of a value. So maybe green is either 200 and blue is very less. So very less means it is maybe it is 4 or something, and red is also very less, maybe 7 or something. So like this 3 color combinations, it is appeared as a this particular green color. Suppose if I select 1 pixel here, then what is the pixel intensity values in this case? So each pixel consists of 3 values, red, green, blue. So here this pixel is not appeared as a red color, so it's almost 0 or something, and it's not green color, maybe it is 30, and not is blue color, maybe 86. So like these 3 color combinations, or maybe it is appeared as a yellow color. Okay, so in this case each pixel consists of having how many values? 3 values kind of thing, red, green, blue, like that 3 values is there. Suppose here also if I use my pixel intensity values as a my feature representation, okay, then what is the dimensionality of the feature vector for this image? So what is the dimensionality? So total how many values is there? Each pixel consists of 3 values. So total 100 values is there. 100 into 3. So 300 cross 1. 300 cross 1. So like this we have the we can construct the feature vector for the each and every sample. For example, 5000 samples is there, then finally you can get the 5000 cross 300 or 300 cross 5000 kind of thing. So here, for example, each image, each pixel consists of 3 values. So I separated all the red color values and I projected as an image again. So all the red color pixel values are separated. Means first pixel red color, second, third, fourth, like that. Entire all the 10 cross 10 image pixels red values are separated and projected as a image. Then how this image look like? This image look like a red color of the entire objects. So what are the objects is there, like flowers, leaves, grass? What are these there? That all the objects are appeared as a red color of image size 10 cross 10. The same way, if you collected all the green color pixels from the image and projected as a image, okay, so you collect all the green pixel values from the original image and projected as a again the image, then this image how it is look like? The all the objects are appeared as a green color of image size 10 cross 10. The same way you can select all the blue color pixels from the original image and projected as the image again. Then this image how it is look like? The entire object appeared as a blue color with image size 10 cross 10. So here you separated red color pixels, green color pixel, blue color pixels. So this one you can call as a red channel, green channel, blue channel. Either they will call as a channel or they will call as a bands, red band, green band, blue band. Okay. So like that, once they were separated, then the same objects in the both the cases, red channel, green channel, blue channel, same objects appeared with different colors. Okay. So normally how you can represent the images, the image reprinted with height of the image, width of the image, number of channels. So how many channels you use for representing that image. For example, you see binary image. So all the cases my image size is what? 10 cross 10. So what is the height of the image in case of binary? 10. And width, that is also 10. Height, width is same. And what is the number of channels? Only one channel. Okay. Next, in case of grayscale image, height is 10, width is 10, and number of channels is 1. And what about in case of color image? Height is 10, width 10, and number of channels are 3. Okay, so like this we can represent the image height cross width cross number of channels in the red color image case it is the 3. Okay, so like this we can represent the images. So basically this three representation of the image is there: binary image, grayscale image, color image. Okay, so now you can see here I have the one image is there. Just I am zooming the image and zooming the image, zooming the image. So further you can see the shape of the object is disappeared. Only numbers will be appear finally. Okay, so based on these numbers, can you tell me it is the binary image or grayscale image or color image? So first you need to identify each cell consists of a how many values, either one value or three values. So it is only one, it's not three, so it's not color image. And the value one is only contain the zeros or ones or 0 to 255 values is there. It's contain the 0 to 255, it's not contain the 0 only once. So it is not the binary image. Then it's a grayscale image. So this image is a grayscale image. Okay. So in case of color image, just I separated all the red color values and projected as a image. You can see the what are the objects is there in the original image. The same objects will be appeared with the whole red color. Next, the green color pixel separated and projected as a image. Then the same objects which are there in the image that all are appeared as a green color. The same way you can separate all the blue color pixels and projected as a image. Then all the objects it will be appeared with the blue color. So this red, green, blue we can call as a channels or bands. So normally initially what they did, we have the image is there. So that image will be shown in the frequency graph. That frequency graph is called the histogram of that image. Okay. So how they will construct the histogram of the image? So in x-axis they will take the number of pixels, and y-axis they will take the frequency. So first pixel in the image corner, where is the first is there, that is a 0 0 kind of thing. Next 0 1 kind of thing. Like this you have the 0 127. So here what is happened, 128 cross 128 image. Okay, so in this case first pixel how much frequency is there, how much intensity values is there, that is considered here. And second, third, fourth, like this the pixel values taken in x-axis and how much frequency is there that is taken in the y-axis. Then they plot in the graph. So this graph is we can call as a frequency graph or histogram of the image of the graph. So initially they use the pixel intensity values as a feature representation. I said just previously they use the only pixel values. Then they will apply the some kind of techniques to either the classification task or whatever it may be they did. Okay. Next, what they did, instead of taking the each pixel as a feature value, they taken the histogram bins kind of thing. Histogram bins means for a given your frequency divided into the equal number of intervals. For example, my frequency divided into like 20 different equal intervals: 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. Like this, they are divided 20 interval difference. Now, how many pixels in this image contain the frequency ranges from the 0 to 20. So maybe in this image 18 or 18 pixels contain the frequency ranges from the 0 to 20. The pixel count is constant. Next, 20 to 40. So how many pixels is there in the image, the frequency range from the 20 to 40? Maybe 32. And 40 to 60, maybe 46, and 62 to 80. So 60 to 80, how many pixels contain in this frequency range? Maybe is the 22. 80 to 100, 80 to 100, maybe it's consists of a maybe 86 pixels contained in this range. So like this, the pixel count is taken in this frequency intervals. So they will, this is 18, this is a 32 graph, and this is a 46, and this is a 22, 86, like this they will plot it. So each box they will call as a bin. So each block they will call as a bin. Then instead of taking the each pixel value as a feature representation, they taken the pixel count as a feature representation. Pixel count means 18, 32, 46, 22, 86, like that. Pixel count is taken as a feature representation. Then compared to each individual pixel values, then this pixel count is given better results than individual pixel values. So like that, slightly some modification they did in the feature representation. Now here we need to discuss different ways of the how the features are uh, generating. So if for that case, you can consider here I am taking the two different type of the images of the fruits. One is the red color apple, another is the green color guava fruit, and ignore about the this leaf. Okay, suppose if I want to discriminate these two images, okay, these two fruits images is not fruits, is fruits related images, I want to discriminate it. So if I use my feature representation is color based feature representation. Color based feature representation is nothing but pixel intensity values based feature representation. Color is nothing but what? Pixel intensity values. Okay, so if I use pixel intensity values based feature representation, can I discriminate these two images or not? So in that case, you can draw the some frequency graph kind of thing. So red, green, blue kind of thing. So in this case, apple is look like a red. So the red is there, it's contain the more frequency, and green, blue is almost near to zero. And same way, you can draw the frequency graph for this guava fruit. So red almost zero, and the green case it is contain the more frequency, and blue case almost zero. Then you can compare these two frequency graphs. Is look like a same or differ? It is not look like the same, it is both are have the more differences there. Then based on the this color based feature representation, we can easily recognize this is we easily discriminate these two are not belongs to the same class. So in this case it is working. Suppose here in this case I am taking the one red color apple fruit image, another one is the red color car Thai car related image. Then if I use my feature representation is color based feature representation. So if I use my feature representation is a color based feature representation, can I discriminate these two images or not? If you use color based discrimination, then what I said, you can draw the frequency graph for this one, red, green, blue, and this for also red, green, blue. So here red is more and green, blue almost zero. So here also red is more and green, blue almost zero. Then compare these two histograms, almost look like the same. Then if look like the same means then both are same category images. So really it is both are same category images? No. One is a fruit related image, one other one is a toy car related kind of images. So then in this case, the color based feature representation won't work. Then what type of the feature representation I need to use it? So another type of the feature representation is called the shape based feature representation. So we need to extract the shape of the information, that is called the edge related kind of information. So you can use the edge detection methods or any other kind of methods to extract the edge of the informations. So that will give the exactly shape of the objects or shape of the your image. So with help of the shape, we can easily discriminate. So in this case, car shape is different and you can draw the apple shape is different. So based on these two differences, we can easily recognize. Next, another type of the example I'm considering here is one is the red color apple. So you can assume it. This is the same red color of the apple and same shape also is there. You can assume it. Okay. Suppose if I use my feature representation is the color based feature representation. With the color based feature representation, can I discriminate these two images or not? It is not possible. Same reason, if you construct the frequency graph, both are look like the same. And what about in case of shape based feature representation? So both also, I told you can assume it both have the same shape kind of is there. Then this shape also won't work. Next, what I need to go for? There another type of the feature I need to use it, that is called the texture based feature representation. So here you can clearly assume it, the texture of the apple is different and texture of the ball is different. Okay, so based on this texture representation, we can easily discriminate these two objects. So these texture representations we can call as the GLCM features. So basically 29 or 28 values is there. So that value is extracted from the each and every image. Then that values get considered as a feature representation. So that features really helpful to discriminate the objects. So what are the features? Is look like a entropy, mean, median, skewness, energy. So like this 28 or 29 values we can extract. With that one, we can form the feature vector. So like that, we have the texture-based feature representation to discriminate these two different kind of the classes related objects. Okay. Now here you can observe it. So each image consists of how many objects is there. Each image consists of how many samples or how many objects is there. For example, this is one object. Sorry, this is one image. This is one image. This is one image. This is one image. So like this, you have the images is there. Each image consists of how many objects. So in this case, only one object. Here also one object. Here also one object. Here also one object. Suppose I have the one image. So this image consists of a multiple shapes of the objects is there. Okay. So multiple shape of objects is there. Can you tell me if I use color, shape, texture? Can I discriminate these objects is possible or not? So here image consists of a multiple objects, not single object. Multiple objects is there. If I use color, shape, texture, can I discriminate these objects or not? So we'll see with some example. So here same what I discussed is the same kind of an example I consider. So in the first image, okay, this is the first image. This one is the second image. Okay, so in the first image you can assume it different type of the vegetables is there, and you can see some of the vegetables are chili is there, green chili is there, red chili is there, and capsicum is there, and bell pepper is there, and onions, garlic, tomato is there, and you can assume it some of the vegetables is not there, also you can assume it that is available here. Okay, so like that multiple objects is available. Suppose if I use my feature representation is a color based feature representation, can I discriminate these objects or not? Possible or not? If I use my feature representation is nothing but color based feature representation I am using. So with help of the color based feature representation, can I discriminate these objects or not? Suppose you apply the color, what will happen? Here already the garlic is there, garlic is the white color is there, and onion also white color is there. So now if you are applying the color based feature representation, then what will happen? This white color comes under the one class, but both are belongs to same category, same class. No, one is garlic, one is onion. Or suppose you can apply the green color representation kind of thing, or red color kind of thing. You can see green color here, capsicum is there, and here chili is there, or some bell peppers kind of is there. So like this, you all are comes under the one category. So here capsicum, which is the comes under the same class. No. So like this color won't work further if the image consists of a multiple objects. And what about shape? So shape also very difficult because some of the cases the shape of the vegetables is almost look like a shape. So here you can consider the shape also. This is like a triangle kind of thing, and here also you can consider a triangle kind of thing. And some other objects also same look like a same shape is there, which is you can assume it is not available in this image also, but all are have the different exactly same shape kind of thing is there, that is what also won't work. Next, what type of the feature I need to use it? Texture. So clearly see what is the texture of the object is there here, that all are almost the same texture kind of is there. So in that case, if you extract the texture also it won't work, because texture of the almost vegetables are all are look like the same only. So it is won't work. But you can consider that this color or shape or texture in previously when apply on the images it is working, but here it is not working. What is the reason? Any answers? So the reason is previously what are the color, shape, texture you are applying on the entire image. You are applying on the entire image. So the image consists of a only one object. Okay, it's not consists of a multiple object. But here the image consists of a multiple objects. So if you are here also you are applying on entire image, so it's consists of a multiple objects. So that's the reason it is won't work. So where this color shape we can call as the color shape texture we can call as the global features. So if the image consists of a multiple kind of objects, so in this case we require the local features. So the local features are shift, surf, brief, hog kind of features is there. So based on that we can easily recognize the local object at the time of the object detection kind of or object classification kind of the task. Okay. So we can see the what are the local features, how it is helpful to discriminate these two objects. So for example, say here I want to show one kind of thing. For example, here have the one image is there. Okay. So in this image, I'm taken the some patches already. So A, B, C, D, E, F are the some patches collected from the this image. Okay. So first patch is A. Can you tell me where I selected the patch F in that image? So where I selected this patch F in this image, suppose you can say I'm selected here. Then I will say no, I'm selected here. Then you say this one, no, I am selected here. This one I am selected here or I am selected here. So if you say any one of the place, I will say no, I am selected here, I am selected here, like that I will change. Why? Because that one match with the multiple places in this image. It's not match with a single place, it will match with the multiple places. And for example, B is there, B patch is there. So same question I am asking, where I am selected the B patch. Suppose you can say I am selected here, then I will say selected here. If you say here, I will say here. Like that, it is also matched with the multiple places. And suppose the C and D, both the patches is given. Can you tell me where I selected the patch C and D? So that is the like this portion. So if you say here I'm selected means no, I'm selected here. If you say here means I will say here. If you say means here, here, here. So this one also match with the multiple places. The same way if you say here, then I say no, I am selected here. I am selected here. So like that here I am selected. So like that multiple places is matched with the here. Okay. Suppose if I given the patch E and F. Okay, you can clearly see the given the patches E and F. Can you tell me where I selected the patch E and F? So that is exactly one side corner and this is another side corner. Okay, so that is we can select it exactly one side of this one is E, another side of the this one is F. So when you're selecting the patch A is very difficult to recognize and B also very difficult to recognize and even C, D also very difficult to recognize. Only E and F is possible. The reason is A and B are look like a plain part kind of thing. It's a plain area kind of thing. And C and D look like a edge kind of information. So when we have the objects, you can want to discriminate the objects. So with help of the plain information or with help of the edge information is not exactly helpful to discriminating the objects. So where the edge orientation kind of or edge corner kind of information is there. So that only really helpful to discriminate the objects. So that's the reason here E and F are the more suitable for detecting the objects kind of thing. So for example, you can see here in this case, here this portion you can see. So first one I taken the small corner portion, so that is the red one. First one is the red one. I taken the small corner portion of this object. So corner object, the blue color one. So how the blue color look like you can see here. Next, I move one step forward. That red box. Okay, on the top, the red box is one step move forward. Again captured. So after one step move forward, left to right. So this yellow box is there. Okay, yellow box with the object. Next, what I did, one step down came. Okay, from red, first I will go one step left side and one step right side and one step down side. So when I go left side, when I go right side, then the object is look like this yellow part. When I come down one step, then that is look like this orange part. Now you can tell me the what are the boxes consist of an object. The object is a blue color object. So all the three boxes is look like a same. So here like a square, here is consist of a square kind of thing. Here it is consist of a rectangle kind of thing. Here the square is increased a little bit more high. So if you go left side or right side or bottom side, then object movement is there. Object is movement means object is clearly discriminable. So it is not look like all the directions moving. It is not look like a same. For example, here I've selected the dispatch. Okay. Now if I move one step right side or one step down side, then any changes is there in the object. If I move one step forward, if I move one step down, any changes is there in the object? No. If you move forward also, that is look like a blue color kind of thing. If you down also, it is look like a blue color kind of thing. So there is no difference in the object representation. Suppose this is a portion I have selected here. Okay. So half of the part is white color is there, below the part is blue color is there. Now one step I move forward right side. If I move one step forward, then any changes is there in the object representation in the previous one and current one? No change. Just you are moving one step forward means the same object is there in the same direction. Okay. So in that case also look like a same in the edge of the direction of the edge. Okay. Only if you move left side or if you move down side or if you move right side or down side, only this edge corner place only how the give the variation. So you can see here when the plane part is there, so that patch look like a same when moving all the directions, either right side or bottom side. When the edge look the same, when it's look the same, if the along the direction of the edge moving, so here edge part is moving the same direction, means same right side, then it's look like a same, or it is like a left side moving also same. But if you come little bit down, then little bit variation is there. If you come one step down means then object look like this. But if you are edge corner, if moving the all the directions means either move left side or right side or bottom, then appearance of the object is different is there. So what you are saying here, you are where in which position objects are giving the discrimination among the other objects, then that kind of information only you need to capture it in case of object recognition or object classification kind of task. Okay, so based on that they build the object detection kind of application. See here, I want to show the one of the feature representation is called the hog feature representation. So hog feature representation is nothing but a histogram of gradient feature representation. So here histogram of gradient feature representation means here I am giving the different type of the pixel intensity values. So where the black color is there, in that case pixel intensity value is 0. Where the white color is there, pixel intensity value is 100. And where the gray value is there, pixel intensity value is 50. And if the light gray is there, the pixel intensity value is 25. So like this, you have the pixel intensity values is there. So here to identify the better feature representation, they use the technique is called the gradient magnitude and the orientation of the gradient magnitude. So what is mean by gradient magnitude is the changes in the gray levels. Okay, so the changes in the gray levels that they will call as a gradient magnitude. Okay, so for example, here you are changing from this black to white, then what is the gradient magnitude? So it changes means 100 minus 0, 100. For example, you are moving this block to the grayscale. What is the gradient magnitude? So that is 0 to 50 changing. So 50 minus 0, 50. For example, you change the gradient magnitude thick gray to the light gray. So light gray is 25 value. So that is 50 minus 25. So gradient magnitude is 25. Okay. So for example, here on the last image, last but one, this one. So it will show the here not only consider the gradient magnitude, along with the gradient magnitude, in which direction gradient magnitude is moving. So in which direction gradient magnitude moving in only change the gradient descent. Gradient magnitude is changing. For example, you can move this black to white or this black to white or this black to white, then gradient magnitude is changing. For example, in this orange case, you are moved from the this black to gray or this black to gray, then only it will be changed the gradient magnitude. Suppose if you changing from the here more thickness gray to the light thickness gray, in this direction only gradient magnitude is changing. Okay, so that is the change in the gradient magnitude, that will give the angle. Okay, the direction in which gradient magnitude is changing. For example, if I select the one patch here, okay, so in this patch you are moving one patches pixel any direction, either this left direction or right direction. So what is there inside the gradient magnitude of this patch? So inside the gradient magnitude is almost all of the black color is there. If you move any direction also, it is the 0 only. The same way, if you selected the one patch here in the white color, so in that pixels you can move one any direction. So in that case also, what is the gradient magnitude? So all our white color is there, the gradient magnitude is the 0. Same you can consider the here or here. So what are the pixel inside the boxes almost have the same pixel intensity values. So when the same pixel intensity values is there, you can find out the gradient magnitude in any direction. So that value is almost 0 only. Okay, so based on this one, so what is the gradient magnitude and in which direction gradient magnitude is changing? So based on this, they will form the feature vector in the in the histogram of gradient descent algorithm. So that simple form they will call as a hog. So how it will work? For example, here the sound, whether this person. So in this image, what are the object is there? So this object is they need to find out is a person or animal or dog, whatever it may be that they want to identify. So for that, they will crop the image into a small portion. So like 8x16 patches they did. So here each patch consists of a 8x8 matrix. Okay, so in that 8x8 matrix means it consists of a pixels. Okay, so for example, now you are the pixel 60. For this one, you need to calculate the gradient magnitude plus the in which direction gradient magnitude is changing, that is called the theta. You need to identify that pixel. So how to calculate the gradient magnitude and the angle? So that is, you can consider the only the pixels neighboring pixels. The pixel neighboring pixels means what? The x direction neighboring pixels and y direction neighboring pixels only consider. So means what? The 40, 70 in the x direction and 20, 70 is the y direction pixels only you can consider. So what they will do, they need to first calculate the gradient magnitude. So first to calculate the gradient magnitude is nothing but you need to calculate the x difference pixels square. You need to calculate. So that is the x direction pixels and y direction pixels. So here x direction pixels 4070 is there and y direction 2070 is there. So the difference of x direction pixels 40 minus 70 magnitude means mod and 20 minus 70 is the y direction mod. So you get the 30 and 50. So gradient magnitude is the square root of x direction pixel difference square plus y direction pixel difference square. So that is already x direction difference is calculated 30 and y direction is 50. So square root of 30 square plus 50 square, that is approximately 58. Okay. Next, gradient direction. So gradient direction is, that is angle you need to calculate. So that is the tan inverse of x direction difference square by y direction difference square, that is give the angle. Okay. So like this entire image you need to calculate the gradient magnitude and the direction in which direction gradient magnitude is changing, that is give the angle. For example, first pixel gradient magnitude is 60, okay, and angle theta equal to 20 is there. So I need to form a feature vector. For example, the angles, what are the angles there? So the angle between the 0 to 80 degrees divided into the equal intervals. So like this 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160 like that. 20 different intervals are we can divide it. Okay, so first pixel gradient magnitude is 60 and angle is 20. So where is the angle 20 is there? So in that place you can keep the first pixel gradient magnitude value. Where is the angle 20 is there? In that place you can keep the first pixel gradient magnitude value. So where is the 20 is there? Here. Okay, then what is the gradient magnitude value? 60. Now, for example, you have the one more pixel is there, that is third pixel, gradient magnitude is 60 and angle is 30. So in this, where is the angle is 30? 30 is not there, that is between the 20 and 40. Okay, is exactly center point of the 20 and 40. So in that case, so this gradient magnitude 60 divided by the 2, because it exactly center, 30 gets the 30. So 30 values you can add into the 20 bin, and 40 in the 40 angle place you can add the 30 value, equally of means equally distributed. Next, another pixel is there. So the pixel gradient magnitude is 60, angle is 25. So here where is the 25 angle? There is no 25 angle. So the 25 angle is more close to the 20 and very less close to the 40. So how much closest is there in case of 20? 3 by 4th of the position is closest to the 20 and 1 by 4th of the position is close to the 40. So this 60, you can take 3 by 4th of the value. Okay, means 45 value. That is add to the bin 20. And remaining 1 by 5th means remaining 15 value add to the 30. So like this entire pixels, each pixel you can calculate a gradient magnitude and angle you can calculate. So next you can divide this what are the angles into equal intervals. Then you can keep the appropriate position of the your gradient magnitude value. If it is exactly same matching with the bin value, then you can keep it in that bin. If not matching with the bin, if it is a which position is there, it is a center position or it is a how much portion is occupied to the particular bin. So you can that much of quantity you can consider. For example, like this 20, 40 and 30, 20, like this is their bins. So now you can consider the future vector for this one. So 0th bin nothing is there, 0. Next second bin how much is there? 60, 30, 90, 90 plus 45. So 135 value. And what about 40 bin? So 30 plus 15. So that is considered for 45. And what about the next bin? It's considered for value 20. Next bin 40. Next bin 30, 20. So like this you can form the feature vectors. So how much angle bins you are considering, that much size you can get it. Okay. So like this is the, you can go going with the histogram of gradient value. So now once you calculate the gradients of your image data, so that is you can construct a projected on image that is look like a here, like this is there. Then you can detecting the in case of that is the object is what, either human or not. So this is a hog feature extracted kind of values, and this is the template, human template is there. So you can multiply the that hog features and template, then you can get the shape of that one. You can train with the any classification method. Next time you can give the any test sample kind of thing. So but the test sample also you can extract the hog based features and project it with the human model. Then what you're getting the output, so that given to the SVM classifier, then based on the already training data, what they will do, it will detect that is a person or animal kind of thing. So like that they did in the object detection case in the applications. Okay. So this is some of the feature representations here I'm showing. So you have any doubt is there? You can ask. Any doubts? So this especially if an image consists of a multiple objects is there, this really helpful to discriminate the one object. Means you can recognize the objects. So previous case, what are the global features is there? The global features are not really helpful to discriminate the object because global features are applied on the entire image. Okay. So only one object is there, that is helpful, but multiple objects is there, it won't helpful. So any doubts? Okay. If no doubts, then I will go with the unsupervised learning method. So unsupervised learning method is nothing but the clustering method. So what is mean by clustering? I already yesterday discussed clustering is nothing but is the process of grouping the data objects. How you are processing the group of data objects, which are the objects have the similar properties is there, you make them as a group. For example, have the data like this is there. So like this data is there. Then you apply the clustering algorithm is, so most of the clustering techniques they use a similarity based kind of methods. So you can calculate the similarity between the one object with another object. So if the both objects are close together, then you can make it as a group kind of thing. So maybe after the all objects completed, this is from the one group. So this is from the another group. This is from the another group. So each group have the name is there. That is a group name C1, C2, C3. So like this you form the clusters. Okay, so clustering nothing but is a process of grouping the data objects. How you are grouping the data objects, which are the objects have the similar properties is there, you make them group. So similar properties means you are consider the all the objects in the C1 all are have the same properties. If you consider the cluster C2, the what are the objects is there in the C2, that all the objects are the similar properties. Okay, so like that you are forming the clusters. But you are internally you are doing clustering means internally what is going on, what I said in case of clustering, you are doing clustering means you are generating the labels for the data. Yesterday I told you, you are doing clustering means what, you are generating the labels for the data. How you are generating the labels? So which are the objects or belongs to the cluster, that all the objects share the cluster name as the object name. So for example, this is one object. So this object belongs to which cluster? C1 cluster. Then what is the object name? C1. This object name C1. This object name C1. This one C1. Same here. This object name C3. This object name C3. This object name C3. This one C3. This one C3. Like that you are generating the labels for the data. So doing clustering means you are generating the labels for the data. Suppose you applied some kind of XYZ method. Okay, so XYZ method means some clustering method, or if you know some clustering method you applied, you form the three clusters. So this is one cluster, this is another cluster, this is another cluster. Okay, so this cluster name is C1, this cluster name is C2, this cluster name is C3. Okay, so you apply the some XYZ method to cluster the data. So how many clusters you formed? Three clusters formed. So cluster C1 consists of a three samples. Cluster C2 consists of a three samples. Cluster C3 consists of a four sample. You can assume it. So like this, you have the clusters is there. You form the some XYZ method. You have formed the three clusters. So my question is, your formed clusters are good or bad clusters? How to identify? You are applying some XYZ method. So I said if you want to after doing the classification, you want to quantify your results whether you properly classified or not. How to quantify? Maybe you can use the different type of the metrics like accuracy or error kind of the metrics you need to use it. So based on that, how many correctly classified, you can compare the predicted label with the actual labels, virtual labels. Then based on that, you can conclude. So this many correctly classified or this many misclassified. So which is correctly classified, that we can call as the accuracy, we can represent with the accuracy, and which is the misclassified, that we can represent it with the error kind of thing. Okay, using that kind of thing. So the same way, you apply some XYZ on your data set, you form the three clusters. So the three clusters are formed. Then how you conclude your formed clusters are good or bad clusters? So based on that, two similarity matrix is there. Based on that, we can decide whether the formed clusters are good or bad clusters. So what is the two similarity matrix? One is called the inter cluster similarity. Intra cluster similarity. Okay. So based on these two metrics, one is intercluster similarity, another one is the intra-cluster similarity. So based on these two metrics, your formed clusters are good or bad cluster, we can easily recognize. Okay. we see how can you recognize what is the intercluster and intra-cluster similarity we see here. Okay, now I selected one data point. Okay, I selected one data point in the from the cluster C1. So this data point I am selected. Okay, now you select another data from point from the another cluster, maybe cluster C2, another data point, this one selected. Then I am comparing these two data points. So cluster C1 one data point selected, cluster C2 another data point selected, then comparing these two. Then when you comparing the similarity, you can use any kind of similarity matrix, either equivalent distance, chest square distance, or Manhattan distance, anything you can use it. So the similarity is given more. If the similarity is given more, then can you tell me the formed clusters are good or bad clusters? You selected one object from one cluster, another object from another cluster, then comparing these two objects, the similarity is given more. The similarity is given more means what? Both are the similar object or not? A similar object. That's the reason similarity is given more. If the similar object is there, then why you separated as a two clusters? Then what is the meaning of that one? Your formed clusters are not good clusters. Because the similarity is more, then you separated two clusters. If the similarity is more, then why you separated two clusters? No need to separate the two clusters. You need to form as a single cluster. So that's the same. Your formed clusters are not good clusters. So the similarity, when you're comparing the one object from one cluster, another object from another cluster, similarity needs to give less. Similarity needs to give less. Then only you can say the formed clusters are good cluster. If the similarity is given the less means the formed clusters are good clusters. The way of comparing the one object from one cluster, another object from another cluster. Okay, so like this we are comparing. Then that is called the intercluster distance. So this distance is called the intercluster distance. You are selecting one object from one cluster, another object from another cluster. The way of comparing these two objects from different clusters we can call as the intercluster distance. Okay. Now, one object selected from the cluster C3, another object also selected from the same cluster C3. Then comparing these two objects of the same cluster, then similarity is given less. Similarity is given less. Then what is the meaning of that? So selected the two objects of the same clusters, then similarity is given the less. Similarity is given means that both objects are not similar. If the both objects are not similar, then why you are make it as a single cluster? It's not required to make it as a single cluster. They are separated into the two different clusters. So then you did clustering is the wrong clustering. So definitely when you're comparing the two objects from the same cluster, the similarity needs to give more. The similarity needs to give more. Then only you can say this cluster is the good cluster. So the way of comparing the two objects which are belongs to the same cluster, then the comparison is called the intra-cluster similarity. So this comparison is called the intra-cluster similarity. Okay. So like this intercluster similarity and intercluster similarity is there. So based on that, we can conclude your formed clusters are good or bad clusters. Okay. So this is the normally you are comparing the two different clusters. So other than this, some other kind of the similarity matrix also available to compare the two different clusters and compare the objects. So to compare the object, we already know some similarity matrix to compare whether two objects are same or not. How can compare? We can use the equivalent distance kind of formula. Square root of x2 minus x1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 square. That is one. Another kind of the distance is cosine similarity metric, and another kind of the similarity is the Manhattan distance kind of thing. Are simple. If the p value equal 1 means chi square distance, like mod of x2 minus x1 plus y2 mod of y2 minus y1. So like that, any type of the similarity matrix you can use to compare the two different objects. Okay. Now here we see the different metrics to compare the two different not objects, two different clusters. So what are the similarity metrics we need to compare the different clusters is? So first one is single link distance. So single link distance is, for example, two clusters is there. The distance between these two clusters, the closest distance means minimum distance is called the single link distance. Okay, the distance between the two clusters close points or minimum distance is called the single link distance. So closed points means that is always needs to give the minimum distance only. So where is this minimum distance getting the these two clusters? So one is point is called this, for example, this cluster name is Ki, this cluster name is Kj. So where it is possible, the cluster Ki, one data point is one side corner, and cluster Kj exactly same near to that point. Then you can calculate the distance between these points. So this only gives the minimum distance. So this point is Ti, this point is Tj. Then distance between the Ki comma Kj means distance between these two metric two clusters. You consider the minimum distance of the points Ti comma Tj. Then this is called the single link distance. Okay. So which is the minimum distance is there? Then that is called as a single link distance. So next another type of the distance is called the complete link distance. So complete link distance means here also you have the two clusters is there, cluster Ki, cluster Kj. So this cluster name is Ki, this cluster name is Kj. So the farthest distance means maximum distance between these two cluster points is nothing but the complete link distance. So maximum distance are nothing but farthest distance. Farthest distance means long distance. So you select one point from the one cluster, one corner, and select the another point from the another cluster exactly opposite direction. Like this is there. So calculate distance between these 2 points is consists of a maximum distance or farthest distance. Okay. So that we can call as the complete link distance. So the distance between the Ki comma Kj is equal to maximum distance between the longest points or farthest points, that is Ti comma Tj. This is a Ti value, this is Tj value. Then that is called the complete link distance. Okay. Next another type of the distance is there to compare the two different clusters. So that we can call as the average link distance. So average link distance means, for example, here the two clusters is there. So one cluster name is we can call as a Ki, other cluster name we can call as a Kj. So cluster Ki consists of 3 data points, cluster Kj consists of 3 data points. You can assume it. Okay. So cluster Ki, after clustering, you can get the 3 data points. Cluster J also contain the 3 data points. Now you selected one data point from the cluster Ki and calculate the distance from the data point to the each and every data point on the same cluster. Okay. So like this distances are calculated and take the average of these distances. Then that is called the average link distance. So simply here you are what you are doing. You select the one data point from the Ki and calculate the distance from the data point to the each and every cluster's data points in Kj. Then take the average of the all the distances. That distance is called the average link distance. So the distance between the Ki comma Kj clusters equal to the average of distance between the some Ki to all Kj points. So j equal to 1 to n. How many points is there? That many. So other than these three similarity metrics to compare the two clusters, two more is there. So one is fourth one we can call the centroid based distance. So centroid based means you have the two clusters is there. So this is a cluster Ki, this cluster Kj, and cluster Ki center is Ci. Cluster center Kj is Cj, and the distance between the two cluster centers Okay, the cluster Ki center is Ci, cluster Kj center is Cj. The distance between these two cluster centers is called the centroid base distance, because you are considering the centers. Okay, so the distance between the Ki comma Kj equal to distance between the Ci comma Cj. So this is the centroid base distance. Next, another distance is there, that is fifth one, midhead base distance. So midhead base distance. For example, you have the two clusters is there. So first one is the cluster Ki, second one is the cluster Kj. This Ki, this is Kj. Then the distance of these two clustered midhead points. So Ki midhead points is nothing but Mi. Kj midhead point is Mj. So the distance between these two points is called the midhead distance. So the distance between the Ki comma Kj equal to the distance between the midhead point Mi comma Mj. So that distance they will call as the midhead distance. So what is the difference between the centroid and midhead distances? Normally centroid means when you're doing centroid based kind of approaches, you can select the any data point, you can select randomly any data point as a initial cluster center. In case of midhead point, instead of selecting the random object as a initial cluster center, you can select the exactly located centrally located object only midhead point. For example, you have some points is there. Okay, so I consider the 5 points. So the points also I am give the labeling here. You can easily tell. So this is A point, B point, C point, D, E. So in my database 5 points is there. Suppose if you are applying the centroid based clustering kind of approach, you can select randomly any data point as your initial cluster center. Randomly select. So in that case, either A is initial cluster center, or maybe is the center. Maybe E can be center, or C can be center, or D can be center. So anyone can be initial cluster center. Okay. Suppose in case of midhead one, we are not selecting randomly any one data point. We need to select exactly centrally located object only midhead point. So in this case, which is the exactly centrally located point? This point is the exactly centrally located point. Then we can consider the midhead point is E is the midhead point. Okay, so like that we can select the exactly centrally located object only midhead point. Okay, so these are the some of the distances to compare the two different clusters. Okay, one is single link distance, complete link distance, average link distance, centroid base distance, and midhead base distance. So other than the similarity matrix, you have the object based distance matrix is there. So in compare the two objects same or not. So in that case, you can use the equivalent distance, Manhattan distance, cosine similarity, and size square distance. Like that, you can use some different distance similarity matrix. Okay. Now in the clustering, many different type of the techniques or methods are available. One is the partition based clustering algorithm, and hierarchy based clustering algorithm, density based clustering algorithm, grid based clustering algorithm, model based clustering algorithm. Okay, so these are the different type of the metrics, and in this also again the multiple categories or multiple methods are available. So first one we need to discuss about the partitioning based clustering algorithm. Okay. I am audible? So first category is the partitioning based clustering. So partitioning based clustering, here you have the generic condition is there. What is the generic condition? So what is mean by partitioning based clustering algorithm? Partition based clustering algorithm is nothing but for given a data objects, you are divided into the partitions. For given a data object, you are divided into the partitions, and each partition we can call as a cluster or group. Okay, so for example, how many objects is there? N equal to 100 objects is there. So this 100 objects you divide into the partitions. So how many partitions I am doing? K number of partition doing. N number of objects you are doing to K number of partitions. That partitions we can call as the clusters or group. So the number of partitions means number of clusters always much less than number of samples or number of objects. The number of clusters or number of partitions are always less than the number of samples or objects. So this is a generic condition. For example, you have the n objects is there. I want to make it as 100 clusters. That is a meaningless. You have the 100 objects is there. I want to make it as 100 clusters. It's not required. Okay, so maybe number of clusters are 4 or 5 or 6, 7 you are doing, okay, it is meaningful. But n objects you want to do n number of clusters, that is a meaningless. So that's the reason always the number of clusters are always less than the number of samples or objects. This is the generic condition. It's not only applicable to partition based clustering algorithm. You can use any clustering method. This you need to follow definitely. So number of objects are always less than the number of clusters. Okay, now especially when you are going for the partitioning based clustering algorithm, okay, when you are going for the partitioning based clustering algorithm, you need to follow two requirements. You need to follow two requirements. The first one is each cluster contains at least one object. So each cluster contains at least one object. For example, n equal to 100 samples is there. I want to make it as a k equal to 3 clusters. Okay, so this is one cluster. This is the second cluster. This one is the third cluster. So this cluster name is C1. This cluster name is C2. This cluster name is C3. So I apply some XYZ clustering method. So in that I found the three clusters. So first cluster consists of a 50 objects. Second cluster also contains the 50 objects out of the 100 objects. Now can you tell me it follow the first requirement of the partition based clustering algorithm or not? So what is the requirement of the first partition based clustering algorithm? Each cluster contains at least one object. At least one object means there is no empty objects. But according to here, you can see in the C3 contain the zero object. Zero objects means it consists of a empty objects. Okay, zero means empty. So it's not follow the first requirement. So definitely it's follow the requirement. Maybe here 30 is there, here 20 is there. It's fine. It's following the first requirement. There is no empty clusters. Otherwise, maybe here 49 is there and here one object is there. In this case also fine. It's C3 is the not the empty cluster. It's consists of at least one object. Okay. So that is the first requirement. And the second one. So each object must belongs to exactly one group or one cluster. Each object must belongs to exactly one group. So I said already how many samples is there? 100 samples is there. 1, 2, 3, 50, 51, 98, 99, 100 samples is there. So these 100 samples, you apply some XYZ method and you get the clusters. So you are doing clustering means what I said, it is generating the labels. Okay, so how the labels are generated? For example, after clusters completed, the labels are look like this. So first object is belongs to cluster C1 and this belongs to cluster C3. This also belongs to C3. This is C2. This is C1. C2, C1, C1. And here the first object belongs to the C1 and C2. Now can you tell me, after clusters labels are generated, based on that, can you tell me it follow the second condition or not in the partition based clustering method? It's not following because what is the reason why it's not following? You can clearly observe it. in the first data point. So it belongs to the cluster C1 and it's also belongs to the cluster C2. So what is the meaning of this? Each sample belongs to the multiple clusters. So each sample belongs to multiple clusters. Then is the first or second requirement is following. Second requirement, what is saying? Each object must belongs to exactly one group only. Means one cluster only. It's not belongs to the multiple clusters. It belongs to the multiple clusters means then it is not comes under the partition based clustering algorithm. So you are doing its multiple clusters is belongs to. So then if it is not belongs to multiple clusters, then it follow the second requirement. Maybe some kind of the clustering technique. Each sample belongs to multiple classes. One of the clustering technique is called the fuzzy C-means or fuzzy K-means clustering algorithm. So in that case, each sample belongs to the multiple groups or multiple clusters. But it is here what we are discussing, that is not the fuzzy based clustering algorithm. It is the partition based clustering algorithm. So in the partition based clustering algorithm, our requirement is definitely each sample belongs to the exactly one group only. It's not belongs to the multiple groups. Okay. So these two requirements, first requirement and second requirement, definitely you need to follow and at the time of when you're doing the partition based clustering algorithm. Okay. So this is the first case in the rules kind of thing. Okay. So normally in the partition based clustering algorithm, two basic important clustering techniques is there. One is the K-means clustering algorithm. Another one is the K-mediate clustering algorithm. So you can show here what is the K-means clustering algorithm, K-mediate clustering algorithm. So already I said partition based method means for given a n number of objects partition into the K partitions, and each partition we can call as a cluster or group. So any clustering method you need to follow condition is the number of clusters are always less than the number of samples. Okay, so that is generic condition, and especially you can come to the partition based clustering algorithm. So it needs to follow two requirements. What is the first requirement? Each group must contain at least one object. Each group is nothing but each cluster contain at least one object means there is no empty clusters. So at least one object or more than one object is each and every cluster required. And next requirement is what? Each object must belongs to the exactly one group only, means one cluster only. Means each sample is not belongs to the multiple groups or multiple clusters, in especially in the partition based clustering algorithm. Then we can say it is following the two requirements. So in this basically two powerful clustering techniques is there. One is the K-means clustering algorithm, another one the K-mediate clustering algorithm. So K-means clustering algorithm developed by the McQueen in 1967 is one of the oldest algorithm, and still most of the people are using the K-means clustering algorithm who is the non-exactly researchers in the machine learning group. So non-machine learning group researcher like networks related and security related or software testing related or software engineering related or other disciplinary related kind of people, electrical, mechanical, civil, communication related people, all different domain or areas kind of thing. So mostly they use the unsupervised learning method is called the K-means clustering algorithm only. Okay. So not only this different domain or area people. Yesterday I discussed one of the stage of the classification problem is it is the pre-processing method. Okay, so in the pre-processing method, I said any method you can use as a pre-processing method. There is no fixed kind of methods. Any method you can use it. So either supervised or unsupervised methods also you can use as a pre-processing method. So in that case, most of the people are the K-means clustering algorithm they use as a pre-processing method. Why they will use the K-means clustering algorithm as a pre-processing method? The reason is, for example, you have to work on the label data, but your method is you develop the one algorithm. The algorithm is suitable for the label data, but you have the unlabeled data is there. Then how can you apply your developed algorithm on that unlabeled data? It is not possible. Definitely, you want to work on your algorithm, that is labels are required. But I already have the unlabeled data. So first we need to build the labels for the unlabeled data. So building the labels, you can use the K-means clustering algorithm. Then labels are generated. Once labels are generated, then what you want to do, apply on the data set, you can apply and you can do your task. So that's the reason most of the cases this K-means clustering algorithm also uses a pre-processing method, some kind of positions or some places. Okay. Next, this k-means clustering algorithm, another name is called the centroid based clustering algorithm. Centroid based clustering method. And another kind of the partition based clustering technique is called the k-mediate clustering algorithm. So k-mediate clustering algorithm, another name is called the PAM, partition around mediates. PAM is nothing but partition around mediates. So this was developed by the Kaufman and Rossio 1987. Okay, so it is also one of the oldest technique. It is a little bit better than the k-means clustering algorithm. So here, instead of choosing the center as the mean, they use the center as the mediate points. Okay. Now here I am showing the algorithm of the k-means clustering algorithm that I already said is the centroid based clustering technique. Based on the centers only, you are forming the clusters. That's the reason they give in the centroid based technique. So any algorithm have the input and output is there. In this case, what is the input? Our data. So our data is nothing but what? Number of objects. So how many objects you want? That is the number of objects. And another one is the how many clusters you want, the number of clusters. How many clusters you want, the number of clusters indicate the k value. Okay, number of objects and number of clusters. So based on this, you are taking the inputs and you can get the output. So output is what you are asking the I need the k number of clusters, k groups. Then you can get the k number of clusters as the output. So these are the input and output you are specifying. Then what is the approach? What is the method to form the clusters? So here you have the 6 steps is there. You can read it. The steps I will explain line by line also. So first step is choose the number of k clusters, and next one is initialize the k number of centroids, and third one is assign each sample to the closest centroid based on its equivalent distance, and fourth one is update the new centroid of each cluster using the mean of the assigned sample, and fifth one is reassign each sample to the few centroid if any reassignment took place, and repeat the step. Otherwise, you can stop the iterations. So these 6 steps it will be do iteratively. That is, we can call as this k-means clustering algorithm, also called as a iterative method approach. Okay. So based on these steps, we need to discuss the each and every step clearly. How the k-means clustering algorithm is centroid based technique, how it is work. Okay. So here the steps I will write one by one. So first, how many samples I'm considering? N equal to 100 samples. My data points are data. How many clusters I want to make it? 3 clusters I want to make it. Okay. So this is our input data. So first point, what I am doing, randomly select k number of objects as a initial cluster centers. So randomly select k number of objects as a initial cluster center. So total how many objects is there? 100 objects is there. So out of 100, how many selected? 3 selected. Remaining 97 objects is there. So what are the 3 selected? One is here, one object is here, one object is here. Okay. So 3 objects are selected. That objects has a initial cluster centers. So one point is there. Okay. Now can you tell me this point center? What is the center of this point? Only one point is there. What is the center of that point? The point itself. Only one point is there. The center and point both are same. So you remember it. The center of the point is the point itself. Point itself means both center and point will be same if the cluster consists of a only one sample. So this what he said, you can select the k number of objects as the initial cluster centers. So this is a center and this is a point. So what is this cluster name? C1. And same this cluster name C2. You can assume this cluster name C3. Okay. So what is the center of C1? That point itself. What is the center of C2? Same selected point itself. What is the C3? The point itself is the center. Next, second point. Okay. So what is the second point is here? Again, randomly select any one data point. So I am selecting one data point, remaining 96 is there. Now I selected one data point is here. Okay. Next, calculate distance from that data point to each and every cluster center. So now we need to calculate the distance from this data point to the each and every cluster center, the cluster center C1 and cluster center C2 and cluster center C3. So like that, you can use the equivalent distance, and based on that, you can calculate the distances. Now your distances are calculated. Next, find out which cluster center is giving minimum distance from that new data point. So which cluster center will give the minimum distance? C1 cluster or C2 cluster or C3 cluster center? So obviously the C1 cluster center is the give the minimum distance because the data point is the closest to the C1 cluster. Okay, fifth point. So once you are finding the minimum distance of the new data point and update new minimum distance cluster label to the that data point. So which is the minimum distance cluster is the C1 minimum cluster distance. Then update the label of that cluster label to this data point, then this data point label as a C1. So in C1 cluster, previously only one data point is there. Then I ask the question, what is the center of the data point? Is that point itself, because only one data point is there. Now C1 cluster consists of two data points. Alright. So it consists of two data points. And now what is the center? Center will be changed. Center is the middle of these two data points. The middle of these two data points we can call as the mean. So how to represent the center is mean of these two data points you can consider. Next, update center of the cluster. So center will be now middle of these two data points. So once updated center, next repeat step 2. So repeat the step 2. Now come to the step 2. Randomly select the any one data point. So previous 96 is there, one point selected, remaining 95. So my selected point is now here. Next, calculate the distance from the data point to the each and every cluster center. So calculate distance from this data point to the each and every cluster center. Next, find out the which cluster center is giving the minimum distance from the data point C1 cluster or C2 cluster or C3 cluster. So obviously for this data point also minimum distance with the C1 cluster center only. Then assign the closest cluster label to the data point. So label is C1. So previously cluster C1 consists of only two data points. Then the center is the mean of these two data points. Now one more data point came. So now cluster C1 consists of three data points. So what is the center of these three data points? The middle point is the center. So you can calculate the mean of the three data points in the cluster C1. So you can calculate the mean. Mean is here. Then update the center. So center is updated. Okay. Now the center is updated. I can go to the repeat the step 2. So step 2 what is saying? Randomly select the any one data point. So now one more point selected 94. Remaining points are 94. Now I selected point is here. Then calculate the distance from this data point to the each and every cluster
Shall we leave now, sir?
No, you can stay here only. I will join.
Okay, okay.
Sir, we'll continue from 5 onwards actually for the lecture.
Okay, sir. We will rejoin now at 5 o'clock.
You can rejoin, otherwise you can leave as it is no issue.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello. I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where it is stopped, I don't know. Just now or long back.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So you have any queries on this clustering?
Clustering? I'm not getting.
Any doubts on clustering? If you have any doubts, is there, you can ask.
Yes, any participant?
Otherwise, you can take the break.
Do you have any doubt? We can start, I think.
Just 15 minutes, we can take the break.
Okay, okay.
So I will start 5:50. Good evening to all.
Good evening, sir.
So last session I discussed the k-means clustering algorithm. So I given the some disadvantage with the k-means clustering algorithm. First one is so where is the mean is existed, then only this method will be work. First thing, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you.
And screen is visible.
Okay, fine. So where is the mean is existed, then only it will be work. First problem. So second thing is you need to specify the number of k values in advance before start the your k-means clustering algorithm. This is the second drawback. And third one is it will be unable to handle the outliers or noisy information kind of thing. So just I shown the, for example, your data is like this is there. So plus class minus class is there. For example, any sample here minus and here plus is there. So this data you can is called as a linear data only. Okay. So linear data. So if you apply the clustering algorithm on this one, then this will be from the one group. This will be from the another group. So here, what is the negative point or positive points is there? These are the outliers. So these outliers are not correctly classified because this is the minus and remaining all are positive kind of thing. Here, this is the plus remaining are the negative kind of thing. So if you are doing clustering, it's not correctly classified. It is outliers are unable to handle it. And fourth one is another drawback of this k-means clustering algorithm is it will be suitable for the spherical space kind of their data and non-convex shapes. Okay, so non-convex shapes it not suitable. For example, non-convex means like this. You have the plus sample data is there, and remaining place like this native samples data is there. So this data look like a non-convex shapes kind of. It's not a spherical shape. So if apply the clustering algorithm, so maybe this form the like these clusters. So here some of the positive points going to the another cluster kind of thing. So only if your data is a spherical shape kind of thing like this is there, then if you form the clusters, then it will be perfectly form the clusters like this. This is one cluster, this is another cluster, this is another cluster. But in this case, is not do the correctly classification. Okay, so these are the drawback of k-means clustering algorithm. Now we need to discuss about the in this session. I need to go with the one of the classification method is called the support vector machine classification algorithm. It is comes under the supervised learning algorithm. So that's you can call as the classification method. The simple form they will call as a SVM. So this is developed in 1992, developed by the Wapnick. So he developed this algorithm in 1992, Wapnick. So before this algorithm, one of the classification method is called the support vector. This neural network classifiers are famous, but they applied on the one kind of application that is a handwritten recognition kind of thing. So what is the handwritten recognition data set is available? So they will handwritten the text. They need to recognize it. So in that case, they apply the both the methods like support vector machine classification method and the neural network classification method applied on that application. So this support vector machine classification algorithms given the better results than the neural network. Okay, so from that day onwards, so these support vector machine classifications are widely used in many different type of the applications like object detection, classification, recognition, computer vision. Many places they apply the support vector machine classification algorithm. So in this first we need to talk about the first thing is the discrimination function. So discrimination function or linear discrimination. Okay. So if the linear data, we can easily classify the linear data. That is a linear discrimination function in case of classification problems. For example, you have the two class data is there. So two class data means plus class or minus class is there. So you apply the classification means what I said, it will construct the one hyperplane. So that hyperplane needs to be divided your sample space into the two halves. So this is the one is half you can call as the positive half. Another one is called the negative half. So like that, you will this discrimination divide the samples into the two halves kind of thing in case of binary classification. Another kind of the decision boundaries is look like this. For example, in the first day you learn the decision trees kind of thing. So it is not consist of a only one decision kind of thing. It's consist of multiple decision boundaries. So for example, it is a one decision boundary, it is the one decision boundary, it is the one decision boundary. So this is D1, D2, D3, D4 like this. So multiple decision boundaries is there. Okay. So now linear discrimination function, how the your classification is constructed. For example, my data is like this is there. You have the positive class is there and negative class is there. So you constructed the one line. So this line only we can call as the hyperplane decision boundary or model. So what is the equation of this line? W transpose x plus b equal to 0. So any point on this line we can consider that W transpose x plus b equal to 0, and any point above the line, that is W transpose x plus b greater than 0. If any point below the line, W transpose x plus b less than 0. Okay, so like this we have the discrimination functions on the line, above the line or below the line. Okay, so this is a linear discrimination function. So in this case, multiple different type of the support vector emission classification is there. One is the hard margin SVM. Second one is the soft margin SVM, and last one is the kernel SVM. Okay, so first one is a hard margin SVM. Already discrimination function we are seeing how it is forming W transpose x plus b equal 0, W transpose x b greater than 0 for positive classes and negative classes less than 0. For example, I have the data like this. So your construction line, so this is one line is possible to discriminate the function, and this is also possible to construct the hyperplane, and this one also correctly classifying the data, and this line also correctly classifying the data. So here not only possible one discrimination function or one hyperplane to classify the data, it's possible for multiple hyperplanes or multiple discrimination functions are possible to classify the data. So among these multiple lines, so which one I need to select? So which hyperplane I need to select? So in that case, for example, you choose the one hyperplane like this. Here one plus class, here one minus class is there. You are choosing the hyperplane like this is there. Okay. Now this hyperplane also correctly classifying the positive classes and negative classes. But the problem is you check it the sum of the points near the hyperplane. Okay. So for example, this point, this space class is near to a hyperplane, this minus class also near to a hyperplane. So any data points near to the hyperplane is there, maybe chances is there to misclassification. Okay, so that have the chances is there to misclassification. To avoid this one, so what they did, the hyperplane is extended in the both the directions, in the positive class side and negative class side, until touches the closest points. So for example, my data is like this. So this is the positive classes. So I have the one hyperplane is there like this. Okay. So always this hyperplane divided into the your sample space into the two halves. So above sample space is positive class, below below the samples are negative class. That is true. It is not always true, depending on the in which direction you are getting the hyperplane. Okay, in which direction you are getting the hyperplane, based on that whether it is the positive or negative you can consider. Okay, then how you decided, that is depending on the in which direction your hyperplane is going in. For example, I have the one hyperplane is there. So the hyperplane is look like this direction. Okay, so how it is there, the hyperplane is, for example, so my line is going through origin. Okay, through origin. So through origin means b equal to 0. I'm right. So b equal 0. What is our equation? W transpose x plus b, WXB. So equal to 0. This is our discrimination function. Okay. So that is y equal to, say in the first last session I told y equal to gx equal to W transpose x plus b. So this is your classification function or discrimination function. So this is almost same as a 1 equal to y equal to mx plus c. I said if you not taken c, then what will happen? Your line will be passed through the origin. So c is nothing but intersect point, or b equal to 0 means the intersect point is is always the line passed with the origin. Okay. Now have the some points is there. Here the one point is called the, what is this point? -4, 0, and another point is there. This is the 4, 0. Okay. So now these are the my input. For example, I am considering the x equal to -4, 0. Okay. Then what is the y? So y is nothing but what the weight. Okay. So that is weight value. Okay. So that is m equal to slope. Slope equal to -1. You can assume it. So what is the weight function? -1. And what is the bias value? 0. And our input is -4, 0. Then you can multiply this one. What do you get? -1 into -4, dot product kind of thing. So it is a 1 -1 into -4, 4, plus 0 into 0, 0. So output is 0. So now here this point is considered that you are getting the positive value. So below the line, any value you can take it, the negative value is there. That is, you can get the output as a positive only. Okay. Now comes to here in this 4, 0 case. Okay. So in this case, you can check it how the values you are getting. So in that case, for example, or y equal to W transpose x plus b. So what is the slope value? -1 already given, m equal to -1, and bias equal to 0. And this is the x is the 4, 0. So 4, 0. Then you can multiply 4 into -1, -4, plus 0 plus 0, 0. So it is -4. So here in the positive cases, you are getting the negative value. So any points this side, any points you can consider this positive side, definitely you can get the negative value only. So in this case, how can say above the line is the negative values and below the line is the positive values. But in this case, above the line is the positive and below the line is the negative. So that's why I said in which direction hyperplane is taking. Based on that, above points are the positive or below points are negative will be decided. It's not always true. All are above points are positive, below the points are negative. That is not true. Depending on the which direction you are taking your hyperplane. Based on that, either it is positive or negative, can is there. Okay. Now here in case of the any points near to the hyperplane, maybe chances is there to misclassification, because that is the near to hyperplane is the border kind of thing. So maybe plus class will be misclassified as the negative class will be misclassified as the positive class. So to avoid this kind of information in this support vector machines, what they will do, they will extend this hyperplane in the both the directions. Both the direction means this positive class side, negative class side. Until how much distance I need to touches? Until it touches the both the classes closest points. For example, one positive point is there here and one negative point is there here. So until that touches the both the classes point, closest points. Okay. So like that, such way that you can extend the boundaries. This extended boundary, this one. Okay. The distance between this extended boundary, this is we can call as a margin. We can call as a margin. Okay. So if any point here, this line, then it's correctly classified. For example, one positive point is there, then it's correctly classified as a positive case. And any point here is there, then this correctly classified as the negative, because your hyperplane is this one. Okay. So any point above is correctly classified, below is correctly classified. So simply what they're doing, for in case of your data, this is a positive class, negative class. So they will construct and extend the boundaries of the both the classes until it touches the both the classes closest points. So this is one point, this is a one point. So any point is there in this place or any point is there here, both are the safe zone only. Safe zone means it will be correctly classified, no issue, because it is this point is above the hyperplane, this point is below the hyperplane, and you need to calculate the distance between this extended lines, that is called the margin. So what is saying in the main objective in this support vector machine classification algorithm is you need to maintain the maximum margin. Okay, maintain the maximum margin, that will give you the better classification results. Okay, for that you need to identify the what is the margin size. So for example, how the two lines is the parallel lines. Okay, the distance between these two parallel lines, how can find out? For example, AX1, by1 plus c1 equal to 0, ax2 plus by2 plus c2 equal to 0. These are two parallel lines. So what is the distance between these two parallel lines is mod of c2 minus c1 by square root of a square plus b square. So the same way here the extended boundaries is that these are the extended boundaries. This is the hyperplane. So this is a hyperplane means in case of positive class W transpose x plus b equal to 0. Okay. So what happened in case of positive class? W transpose x plus b greater than or equal to 1. In case of output negative class, W transpose x plus b less than or equal to 1. So this is W transpose x plus b greater than or equal to 1. This is W transpose x plus b less than or equal to 1 for negative class. Okay. Now you need to find out this distance, because this is nothing but what I said, it is a margin. So you need to maximize the margin, you need to have the maximum distance. First you need to maximize means you need to find out the margin. So what is this equation? So that is W1 x1 plus W2 x2 plus b. So this plus 1 go to the inside, what will happen? Minus b equal to 0. What about this equation? W1 x1 plus W2 x2 plus b. This minus 1 comes to, this is a minus 1. This minus 1 comes to inside, that is the, what will happen? Plus 1 equal to 0. Now we have the two parallel lines. What are the two parallel lines? W1 x1 plus W2 x2 plus b minus 1 equal to 0, and W1 x1 plus W2 x2 plus b plus 1 equal to 0. So these two are parallel lines. Then you can calculating the distance between these two lines is nothing but margin. So what is the distance? Mod of b plus 1. So you can apply the minus. This is c2. This is c1. c2 minus c1. So minus b plus 1. So you apply the minus b plus 1 by a square plus b square. So w1 square plus w2 square. So minus b plus b. So what happened? 2 by w1 square plus w2 square. So what is this one? This is the your margin. So the distance between the two extension lines, that is 2 by w1 square plus w2 square. The square root of w1 square plus w2 square, you can write just simply norm of w you are writing. Okay. Then what is the margin? Now margin is 2 by norm of w. So this is your optimization problem. You need to maximize it. So you have the maximum margin. So the distance between this is maximum is there. Then it's give the better classification results. That is the main motive or main object of the our support vector machine classification algorithm, the SVM. So normally instead of the maximization, always we can go to the minimization kind of things to simplification purpose. So for this is the maximum, then what is the minimum? So for example, x is the maximum. What is the minimum? 1 by x is the minimum. So same way, so instead of going the maximization, then we can going for the minimization. So minimization of the what? So instead of the 2 by w, what happened? 1 by 2. X is the maximum, 1 by x is the minimum. So 1 by 2, norm of w. For simplification, you can take the square. So this you are doing the minimization. Instead of the maximization, you are going with the minimization subjected to the or constant. What is the constant here? So for example, this is there your constant. So if the output yi is the plus 1, when w transpose x plus b greater than or equal to 1, y equal to minus 1, w transpose x plus b less than or equal to minus 1. Okay. So how can I write based on this I will write the one generalization equation, yi into w transpose xi plus b minus 1. So greater than or equal to 1. So you can see, for example, it is a positive. Then W transpose Xi is the positive. Then what will happen is greater than 1 only. Satisfied. For example, in this case, Y is the negative. So W transpose Xi is the negative. Negative into negative. What happened? Positive. So that is also greater than or equal to 1. Okay. So just I am writing the generalization form of this below equation only. So your minimization with such that what? Yi W transpose Xi plus b greater than or equal to 1. Okay. This is your constant term. So our optimization is what? Our object to our optimization is minimization of the half into norm of W square such that Y into W transpose X plus B greater than equal to 1. So this is a quadratic equation with a linear constant. So this kind of this kind of problems, we have the solution. We can solve with the Lagrange's function or other kind of optimization methods. So here we can use the Lagrange function to minimize this one. Okay. So for why you are going this Lagrange function is, for example, here in this case, you are extending the both the directions of the your hyperplane until touches the closest points you said. So closest points you are touching means you can see these points we can call as the support vectors. We can call as the support vectors. So our aim is you need to find out the support vectors. Okay. So you are extending both the direction, either positive direction, negative direction, until how much will be extending? Until touches the closest points you are saying. These closest points we can call as the support vectors. So support vectors also is the part of the our samples only, or data samples only. But we can call as these are the representative kind of thing. Okay. So now we need to find out the support vectors along with the this Lagrange's function. That is our main module kind of thing. Okay. So how to find out the support vectors? We can see here using the Lagrange function. So for that, first you can what is the our main objective is, I'm writing here main objective is minimization of the of norm W square, okay, such that yi or constant W transpose xi plus b greater than or equal to 1. Okay. So this quadratic equation with a linear constant, we can go with the Lagrange function. So what is the Lagrange function is? That is mean of Lagrange constant WB equal to, so our main object is half into norm W square with the linear constant. Linear constant is this one, summation I equal to 1 to n yi W transpose xi plus b. So this one equal taken to inside, that is a minus 1. Okay. So here one more constant is there, that is called the alpha I. So alpha I is the Lagrange's constant value. Okay. So here what is the condition? If alpha I greater than or equal to 0 only. So Lagrange constant always is a positive value only, it's not negative value. So when the alpha I greater than 0, then you can consider the this xi is your input. So the input is called the support vector. So here you are for each and every input, we are identifying the whether that is the normal input data or that is the support vector value. So how to find out the support vector value? Where the alpha is greater than 0, then that input is considered as the support vector. Otherwise, it is not the support vector, it's normal input value only. Okay. So here what is the condition? Alpha I greater than 0. Okay. So this is the our Lagrange function. So then we can solve this Lagrange function. How can solve it? You can take the partial derivative of your Lagrange function with respect to the W and equate to 0. Same we can take the Lagrange function with respect to the B and equate 0. So first with respect to the Lagrange function with respect to the W and taking equate 0. So that is what happened here in this case. So with here only W term is there. So it's like x square kind of formula. Then 2 into x. So of norm W, okay, into 2. I'm right. Next minus. So here alpha yi W transpose xi one term, and another term is alpha yi plus b one term. Next alpha yi alpha minus alpha I one term. So with respect to the W you are doing, so only first term I have the, this is only have the weight term, and this is not have, so that is 0. So summation I equal to 1 to n alpha I yi Just I will write directly. Pi xi. So W transpose. Then second term is what is there? That is 0. Okay, then equal to 0. So here what will happen? 2 will gone. So what is there here? Again here square here is there off into 2 into W. So that is of norm W minus, sorry, off is not there, W minus equal to 1 to n alpha yi xi equal to 0. Then based on that what will happen? W equal to summation equal to 1 to n alpha yi xi. So just this minus 1 take to that side, then is the I equal to 1 to n alpha yi xi. So that is W. Next with respect to the B you can do it. So here there is no B term, it is 0, and first term also not have the B term, only second term is there, yi xi, sorry, alpha yi B is the term is there, and minus 1 is 0. So in that case what will happen? Minus summation I equal to 1 to n alpha yi equal to 0. So simply another condition what we'll get? Minus also thrown that side equal to 1 to let alpha yi equal 0. So these two we can get it. So one is with respect to the W you are doing, this is with respect to the B is doing, you are getting this kind of thing. Now you can substitute these two values into the your Lagrange function and maximize it. So based on that, you can get the for alpha I value, it is greater than 0, then that input is considered as the positive value, otherwise it is considered as a negative value. So what I'm saying, you can substitute this W and these conditions into this equation 1, okay, and maximize it. When you are maximizing, you can get the alpha I value. The alpha I value is greater than 0, then you can conclude that is the input, this xi input you can call as a support vector, otherwise it's not support vector. So here this what are the Lagrange function is there that you are again maximizing. So here maximizing and minimization is there. This kind of the problems we can call as the dual problems. So what you are doing here, that maximizing of your Lagrange function, okay, so you can substitute this W and this one in this equation. So when substituting here, just you can consider here. So minus I equal to 1 to n alpha and minus 1 is there. So minus 1, then I equal to 1 to n alpha, just I am bringing the first this alpha value.
देखो हम एक भाई इसको इसको कूटने वाले ढंग से हमको तुम मानेगी नहीं तुम बिना पिता तो
I equal to 1 alpha minus 1 is just I am bringing here. So next what is the term is there? This term is there. So that is of W square I written as a W transpose into W. Just to square I written a simple form. Okay. So next what are the second term is there? This term is there. Just I am writing minus summation I equal to 1 to n. So alpha yi W transpose xi. So this term is over. First term. Next plus B is there, but here minus is there. That is also minus summation I equal to 1 to n alpha yi B is there. Okay. So already this minus term I written in the first only. Now already have the conditions is there. What is the condition? Alpha y summation I equal to 1 to n alpha y equal to 0. Then here this is substitute alpha y equal to 0. Okay. So then what will get? Summation I equal to 1 to n alpha I plus here W transpose term is there. Here also is there. Then just I am taking the common. So W transpose common I am taking. Then what is the left of W here and minus summation I equal to 1 to n. So alpha yi xi. So this already 0. Okay. Now here already W value also same, alpha equal to I equal to 1 to n alpha by I xi. Just to substitute here, summation I equal to 1 to n alpha I plus W transpose of into summation I equal to 1 to n alpha by I xi minus summation I equal to 1 to n alpha by I xi. So this what will happen? The same term of minus this one. So that is I can get the minus of. Then how to write? First term is already there, summation I equal to 1 to n alpha I plus. So this term is written. Now this term is here. This W transpose is there. So W transpose into, so previously minus of W minus W is there. So again that is the comes under the minus of. Okay. So then you can write that is the minus of. So minus I am writing minus of. So what happened? Minus of W transpose, then summation I equal to 1 to n alpha yi xi is there. So already W transpose also same term 2 times is there. Then you can writing the 2 times like this. Summation I equal to 1 to n alpha I. Okay. Then minus of summation I equal to 1 to n. So this here also in W also what is there? Alpha I term, y I term, xi term is there. So one instead of the I you can write the j terms also. So I equal to 1, j equal to 1 kind of thing. So that is alpha I, alpha j, yi, yj, xi, xj. So this is your Lagrange function. Okay. So this you are doing the maximization with along with the minimization. That's you can call as this is a dual problem. Okay. So here what are the constraints? The subjected to the our alpha value greater than or equal to 0 to that one. Another constant is summation I equal to 1 to n alpha yi. This is the another condition equal to 0. Okay. So here alpha is the, I said already, is the Lagrange constant. So then if it is alpha is greater than 0, then you can consider that one is the xi is the your xi value is the support vector, otherwise it is not the support vector. So like this you can find out the for given input you need to identify whether it is support vector or not. Okay. So this is in the simple SVM, that is called the linear SVM. Simple SVM is nothing but that we can call as a linear SVM. Next, another kind of issue is there. For example, my data is like this. So this is your hyperplane. Okay. So one sample is here is the negative sample, here one positive sample is there. Okay. So I said this is the linear data only, but what about this one? This is the outliers. Okay. So I have this, this is a linear data only, but the thing is here it consists of some outliers is there. Outlier is nothing but what? You have the different property among the other attributes. Okay. So this outlier is there. Now you are extending the your hyperplane both the directions. For example, like this you are extended. So until touches the closest points. For example, here one positive point is there, you can assume it. Here one negative point is there, you can assume it. Okay. Now here this noise or outliers, how it will be handled? You can calculate the distance from the data point to the corresponding extended boundary. So this is which class? Negative class. The negative class extended boundary is this one. So you can calculate the distance from this data point to the until the extended boundary. So the distance they will represented with the one variable that is called the slack variable. Okay, slack variable. So that will be represented with the sigma. So this is a sigma 1. The same way here positive sample is there. This is the noise information. Then you can calculate the distance from this data point to the corresponding extended boundary line. So that is the distance. You can use any equivalent distance or anything, you can use it, calculate the distance. So this is the represented with the slack variable 2. So like this, how many outliers or how many noise points is there? So that many you can calculate the distances. For example, here 2 is there, you can calculate the 2 distances. One is represented with the slack variable 1, one is represented with the slack variable 2. Then after that, the same procedure, how your kernel SVM doing? The same way, you need to find out your support vectors using the Lagrange function. So before that, you find out the support vectors using the Lagrange function. First, you need to form your objective function with respect to some condition or constants. So what is our objective function or optimization function? So that is minimization of into norm of W square, such that what is the condition? YA input W transpose XI plus B. Okay, greater than or equal to 1. This is previously you seen. Okay, so previously you seen this condition in the case of linear SVM. But here, extra thing what you got it, you can get the this additional term kind of thing, the slack variables. Then with this one, what are the linear SVM doing? This is called the hard margin SVM. Here, when the noise information is there, then they will call as the term is called the soft margin SVM. So in the soft margin SVM, how to form your optimization formula is same, min of norm of W square. But what is the additional term you are adding? The extra penalty kind of thing, this slack variable scale. So that how can you calculate? Plus the number of slack variables, sum of the distance you can take, 1 equal to 1 to n, then summation of I. So this what you are doing here, the how many slack variables is calculated, the distances sum is taking, and here one more constant is the C. C indicates the number of slack variables. Okay, then again subjected to yi W transpose xi plus b greater than or equal to 1 minus summation I for all. So this is the optimization for the soft margin SVM. The same thing, only extra what you got, the slack variable one information you can add it to your optimization problem. So this term is added extra. The same thing. So how to optimize this quadratic equation with a linear constant? So you can go with again the Lagrange function. So what are the Lagrange function is there? The summation equal to 1 to n alpha I plus this is Lagrange function. So of W square minus summation equal to 1 to n alpha yi W transpose xi plus b minus 1. Instead of this minus 1, you can write. So of into norm of W square plus c into summation equal to 1 to n. So like this, you can write your formula. The Lagrange function L of WB alpha equal to, so previous one is in odd margin case, this is the written minus summation equal to 1 to n alpha I yi W transpose xi plus b minus 1. Okay, now this is for hard margin. Now soft margin, same Lagrange function W comma b alpha. So what is the quadratic equation? So quadratic equation is of W square plus c summation I equal to 1 to n some slack variable, that some value, minus summation I equal to 1 to n alpha yi W transpose xi plus b minus 1 plus for all. So this again you can take your slack variable with respect to the W equal to 0. Again you can take with respect to b equal to 0. So here you can get the W value and here get your condition value. Then W and condition you can substitute here. Then you can get the in terms of the dual problem, because this is here is the minimum problem. Then you can apply the again maximization of this one. So that we can call as a dual problem. Then you can get it. So this is we can call as a soft margin SVM. So next, another kind of the SVM is there, that is called the kernel SVM, or we can call as a kernel trick. So what is the kernel trick or kernel SVM is? For example, how the data like this is there. So it is the like a two-dimensional data, am I right? So it is a two-dimensional data. Suppose you want to classify this kind of data, can you classify correctly? You take any direction of your data. For example, any direction of your discrimination function or hyperplane you can consider. So like this, you can go this direction, you correctly classify your data? No. You can take this direction? No. This direction? No. Any direction you can take it is not correctly classify the data. The reason is already I discussed, this is a non-linear data. What you're doing, this non-linear data, you try to classify with a linear classifier. So that's the reason it won't work. Then what is the solution for this kind of a non-linear data? How to solve it, this non-linear kind of data problems? So this you can convert the two-dimensional data to the higher dimensional data. You can using the function is called the mapping or transformation kind of functions. So that is a pi is called x minus x, you can transfer into pi of x. So I can transfer, for example, this two-dimensional data mapping to the three-dimensional. So three-dimensional means my data is like this is there. Okay. So inner part is here only minus, then outer part comes to the here. Now can you tell me, can I discriminate this data or not? Just you can, now what you need to do, you are transforming the two-dimensional to the three-dimensional data. This is already transformed, this is the three-dimensional data. Next, like this is there. Now we can construct the one hyperplane here. Then it's correctly classified. This is the positive class, this is the negative class. So here what you did, just you are applying the transformation kind of thing to convert the two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Okay. So with help of this one, we can easily transform it. This is called as a kernel trick kind of thing. So our mapping function, what will happen? One drawback is there with the mapping function. For example, how to map? Have the two inputs is there x comma y. Okay. So my mapping function is like this: x square root 2 x comma y square is there. Okay. So my input is 2 comma 3. So it is a two-dimensional data. Okay. Now I want to convert to three-dimensional, then I can using this mapping function to convert it. So how can I convert this? Is that is x, this you can consider the xy. So that is a 2 square root 2, 2 into 3, and y is 3 square. So like 4 comma root 2 6, root 2 into 6, or 6 root 2 comma 9. So here two-dimensional data is projected into three-dimensional. Okay, but when you are doing this kind of a projection mapping kind of thing, or transforming mapping, it will, what will happen? It will take the more computational time and learning also more costly. Okay, so huge, if your data is huge, then what will happen? It more time to do this mapping process. So to avoid that one, they will take the kernels in the form of the pi transpose pi of x transpose into pi of x form. Okay, just dot product of they will take it, that will be reduce your computational cost kind of. So how it will take it? For example, you have the two data points here is there. So that is how it is look at. For example, pi of a transpose into pi of b is there. So here the two data points is there. So first one is contain the two-dimensional data. A is contain the a1 a2 and b is contain the b1 b2. Okay, then using the same mapping function, what will happen? So for example, a case a1 square root 2 a1 a2 and b a2 square in case of a. Next, in case of we are applying the mapping function to the pi of b, so b1 square root 2 b1 b2 and b2 square. Say just you can take the dot product between these two, then how it is look like? A1 square b1 square plus 2 a1 b1 a2 b2 plus a2 square b2 square. So this your equation get. What is the simplification of this equation is? a1 b1 plus a2 b2 whole square. Then how we can rewrite this one? So that is a multiplication of the like this. A1 a2 transpose into b1 b2 whole square. So simply you can write this is, you can assume at A, this is assume at B. So that is A transpose into B whole square. So what they're saying, you are mapping this is doing, it's taking the more kind of the multiplications computation cost is taking. Then simply you can take bring the A transpose into B form. So that is the they can pi transpose into pi of B form, you can take it. So that will be take the less time. So that they will call as a kernel trick. So normally different type of the kernels are already available, like linear kernel, polynomial kernel, or Gaussian kernel kind of thing. So in case of linear kernel, how is the function look like? K of xi comma xj equal to xi transpose comma xj. So like this is the simple, just xi transpose xj form you are bringing. So that's it. Pi of pi of A transpose into pi of G. For example, another kernel is there, polynomial kernel is there. So what is the polynomial kernel? 1 plus xi transpose into xj into p. If the p is the second order kind of thing, p you can consider as a 2. Okay. And next another one is a Gaussian kernel is there. So what is a Gaussian kernel? E power exponential power minus norm of xi minus xj whole square by 2 sigma square. So like this, you have the different type of the kernels. That kernels you can bring into the form of like pi of x transpose into pi of x form. Then this is called as a kernel tree. Okay. So like this, they will apply only mapping. X is mapped to pi of x. So once you are mapping the data, so same thing, you are mapping the data, how it is the form. So what is the your y? W transpose x plus b is there previously. Now W transpose pi of x plus b. So instead of the x, it is coming the pi of x. The mapped function out mapped data will come into this picture. Okay. So like that they will mapping. Again, once the mapping is completed, then you can use the, once mapping is completed, then you can use the what I call the linear SVM only to classify the data. Linear SVM with kernel projection you are using. So data is projected into the using with help of the kernel. Then after that you can again go to the linear SVM. See here in this case also, you are what you are doing. First you are mapping in 2D to 3D you are mapped. So mapping data is look like this. Then after that again classification what you are using, just you are using the linear SVM only. Okay. So this is we can call as the like support vector machine classification algorithm using the kernels. Okay. So here I will take the simple one example to construct the hyperplane and construct the identify the what I called support vectors and classify the data. Means construct the hyperplane. So that is I am taking here one nonlinear kind of data to construct this one. You with help of the some first I will try with the linear data, then we can do it go for nonlinear if time is there. So I have the three different type of the samples is there. One is
Excuse me, sir.
yeah, yes.
I have one doubt.
Yes.
When you draw this 2D line and y is equal to mx plus c is a straight line, why you call it as a hyperplane, sir? And what is the difference between a plane and hyperplane?
See, normally they use the terminologies. This is the line only. The equation is same. Yesterday I shown. Maybe you can yesterday attended or not. So what is the classification going on means you have the data is there. You are doing this constructing the line to separate the two classes. Okay. So that is y equal to mx plus c. We can call just they use the terminology g of x equal to w transpose x plus b. Both are same only. C is the intersect point, b also intersect point, x is the input, j of x is the y means output. Here y is the output and x is the input, m is the slope.
Yes, sir. But why they call it as line as a plane? It is the equation for a line. Then
Yes.
why it should
It
be
is
called as a
no, it's not that plane. hyperplane, they say. It's not this plane. This plane is different. If it is the, if you go for 3-dimensional, you can use this plane to discriminate the data. If the 1-dimensional, you can use the 2-dimensional, you can use the line only.
Yes, but it is a line only. So
Line-
we call every time plane only.
Not plane, hyperplane.
Hyperplane. Achha.
Hyperplane, or I said decision boundary.
Oh.
Because this is only taking the decision. What is said, this hyperplane, if any data point above the line, you can call as a positive class. If any data point is called as a negative class. Okay, but it's not always true. Also, I said I proved also. Why it's not always true? Depending on the which direction your hyperplane is there. For example, my hyperplane, this direction is there here. So you can see it is the below the line is consists of a positive points, and above the line is consists of a negative points. Okay, it is clear.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. So this is not the plane. Plane means that is, if you go 3-dimensional, we can use the term as the plane. This is a hyperplane. Okay. So here I have the inputs data is there. X1 is equal to 2, and x2 equal to 4, 5, and x3 equal to 7, 4. These are the my inputs data, and corresponding labels. Y1 is belongs to negative class -1, and Y2 is the positive class, and Y3 is the positive class. So it is the supervised learning algorithm. That's why how the data is there, corresponding labels is there. Okay. So our line also, you can assume it W equal to W transpose X plus B, maybe W transpose X minus B. So this will not give the in the change in the equation. Means your hyperplane construction, this not give the any difference. Either you can take minus B or plus B. Okay, because it needs to satisfy the your equation. So normally you have the how many inputs is there, that many Lagrange's constant you can get. So here 3 inputs is there. So how many you can get? 3 Lagrange constants you can get: alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3. So already how the conditions is there. What is your condition? One is alpha is greater than 0, because in the Lagrange function it is consists of only positive values. Where the alpha is greater than 0, that is you can call as the support vectors. Otherwise it is a normal data. Another constant, what is there? Summation I equal to 1 to n. What you get? Alpha yi equal to 0 you are getting. So now already yi is there, alpha I values is there, alpha 1, alpha 2 is substitute here. Then what you will get? Alpha 1, y1 is -1, plus alpha 2, y1, y2 is the 1, plus alpha 3, y3 is 1. So what you are getting? Minus alpha 1 plus alpha 2 plus alpha 3 equal to 0. So in this, based on that, what you are writing? Alpha 2 plus alpha 3 equal to alpha 1. Okay, this is your already how the this condition. Now what is your Lagrange function? That is a maximization of, for example, phi of alpha, you can assume it. So just previously derived that equation, I equal to 1 to n alpha I minus of summation I equal to 1 comma j equal to 1 to n alpha I, alpha j, yi, yj, xi transpose xj. So this equation we can see the last when applying the Lagrange function minimization. So this is only. Okay. So now here, for given input, you need to identify the which are the support vectors, and you need to construct the your hyperplane. Okay. So for that you are doing the xij, xj transpose kind of thing. So for each input you need to calculate the combination, because summation I equal to 1 to n and j equal to 1 to n. So that what we will get? X1, x2, and x11, x1, x1, x2, and x1, x3 you can get. Next same x2, x1, and x2, x2, and x2, x3 you can get. Next another combination x3, x1, and x3, x2, and x3, x3 can get. So like this combinations you can get. So here you can use the simple dot product kind of thing between the x1 and x2. Okay. So how multiplication kind of thing, how you can get it? For example, what is the first term is this? I think this x1, 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 x2. So first I am calculating this x1, x1. So what is the my input? 2, 2. Am I right? So 2, 2 and 2, 2, x1, x2. So the dot product means 2 into 2 plus 2 into 2. So 4 plus 4, 8. This is the 8 you can get. Okay. Next, x1, x2, 2 comma 2 and 4 comma 5. So dot product 8, 4 into 2, 8 and 2 into 5, 10. So what you get a value? 18 you can get. So this is the 18. And next x1, x3. So 2 comma 2, 7 comma 4. So 7 into 2, 4, 14 plus 2 plus 2 into 4, 8. So what is get values? 14 plus 8. So that is a 22. So this value is 22. Next, x2, x1 is the just a symmetric kind of thing. So x1, x2 already 18 get. This is also 18. And x2, x2. So 4 into 4, 16 plus 5 into 5, 25. So that is the 16 plus 25, that is a 41. And next, x2, x3. So in this case, 4 into 7, 28 plus 5 into 4, 20. So 20 plus 28, 48. Next, x3, x1. Already x1, x3 calculated, that is the symmetric kind of thing. Then here 22. And x3, x2 is calculated, this is 48. And x3, x3. So x3, x3 means 7, 7, 4, 7, 4, 7, 17 into 49 plus 4, 4 into 16. So 49 plus 16 is nothing but 65. So this part you can calculate it all here. Okay. Now you can substitute your values here. So I equal to 1 to n alpha I. So what we will get? Alpha 1 plus alpha 2 plus alpha 3 minus of. So here you can get the equation how you get. You can substitute the I equal to 1, j equal to 1 to n. So I equal to 1, j equal to 1, what will happen? So alpha 1, alpha 1 square. So 1, y1, y1. So what is the y1 value? Minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is a plus 1. Next, x1, x1. So already calculated x1, x1, 8. So 8 alpha square plus. This is for the I equal to 1, j equal to 1. So here 8 alpha 1 square. Next, I equal to 1, j equal to 2. So alpha 1, alpha 2. So what will get? Alpha 1, alpha 2 can get. Y1, y2. So y1, y2 is the 1 into minus 1, it's minus you are getting. Next, what is the term is there? x1, 1, 2. So 1 to 18. So what you get? Minus 18, alpha 1, alpha 2 get. Okay. So like this you can calculate your entire equation. So once you calculate the equation, you can get the this equation in terms of alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 terms. So maybe you can find out this equation alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 terms there is available, but already alpha 2, alpha 3 is alpha 1 is there. Just where the alpha 1 is there, you can replace it. Replace means, so here alpha 1 is there. So what will happen? Alpha 1 equal to alpha 2 plus alpha 3 plus alpha 2 plus alpha 3, then 2 into alpha 2 plus alpha 3. So this entire equation also you can convert where the alpha 1 is there, replace with the alpha 2, alpha 3. Okay. Then you can get the two equations in terms of alpha 2 and alpha 3. You can solve these equations and you can get the value of alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3. Suppose you are getting the alpha values like this. For example, alpha 1 is like 0.23 kind of thing. Alpha 2 is minus 0.456 and alpha 3 is, for example, 0.27 kind of thing. So this is getting missed. So here this is a positive value, this is a positive value, only this one is the negative value. Okay, then what is the meaning of this? This is the not the support vector, only this one and this one only support vectors. So like this you identify the which is support vector. Then next you can find out, construct the hyperplane. We require the W and B. Okay, then W, how can you calculate? Summation I equal to 1 to n yi xi alpha I. So this already you have the equation previously, you can got it, you can see here. When you take the partial derivative with respect to W, you can get this one. W equal to I equal to 1 to n alpha I yi xi. Then here with once substituted that already you know alpha I values, yi is your output, xi you know. Then you can get the W matrix two-dimensional. Next with help of that one you can find out the B. So bias also you can get it. Then based on that, you can write your equation. So that is f of x or g of x equal to w transpose x plus b or w transpose x minus b. So this is your hyperplane. Okay. So like that, you can construct your hyperplane with you can identify the support vectors. So support vectors with once you are applying the Lagrange function, you can get the two equations. Okay. So once you're getting because you are converting this alpha 1, alpha 2 into the alpha 2 and alpha 3 terms, then only you can get the alpha 2, alpha 3 equations only. Once you're solving these equations, you can get the alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 values. So among this one, which is the negative is there, that you don't consider as means it is not the support vector, remove only support vectors. Then once you're getting the alpha values, you can calculate the W value. Then after that, you can find out the B value. Okay. Next to WB is there, then Y equal to W transpose X plus B or minus B, you can use it. Anyone you can use it to construct your line. So W matrix is there, B is there, X equal to X1, X2, you can take it input. Okay. So like this, we are doing the support vector mission classifier for finding the hyperplane or discrimination function. Okay. So still it is clear, or you have any doubts?
It is clear, sir.
Okay. So this is the mainly you can compare to the other classification methods. So other classification method only look into they will construct the hyperplane based on that either is a positive class, negative class, like that. But here mainly this support vector mission classifier along with the hyperplane, it will be extend the boundaries in the both the directions of the positive class or negative class until touches the closest points of the both the classes data. Then the closest points they will call as the support vectors. Okay, so these support vectors only sometimes is what act like a representative points. That is enough. No need of whole data. Only these points is enough. Okay, so this is the support vector mission based classification method. Next, I will give the one more simple classification method, that is called the KNN. KNN is nothing but the K nearest neighbor classification method. So it is one of the statistical based method, and it is one of the oldest algorithm. So mainly this K nearest neighbor classification methods we can call as a lazy learners. Okay, so why they will call us a lazy learners is, for example, yesterday I discussed how the any classification problem. So what is there? How the training data is there, test data is there. So normally in the classification problems, you have the definitely two data sets is there. So one is the training data, one is the test data. So any standard data set you can consider, they will give the splits. Okay. So normally if you have the training data is there, so in case of any classification method, support vector machine classifier or neural network classifier or any other kind of classification method, for it will take the more time to training process. So you take the sample data and they will do the training is going on. Yesterday I show. So what is going on in the training? So what are the fruits images is that given to the person? Person is nothing but the classification algorithm. Then his tuning is the brain, is updating his brain. So so many iterations after the updations. Then if you give the test sample, means the second box data, then easily you can do the classification kind of thing. So where is the time is taking more? The training time is taking more in the all the classification methods. Okay, because that needs to train the model. Next, if the test data, what will happen? So once model is ready, then give to this test sample to the model. For example, you have the train sample is there. Next, you can extract your future representations. Next, you can go to you can choose any classification method. For example, support vector mission classification method choose. Then it will be do the multiple number of iterations. See here, it will generate the model as the output I said. So model as the output means how it generate the model. That I said model is nothing but your discrimination function y equal to w transpose x plus b or this one. So in case of classification of your data, your positive class is there, negative class is there. So this is your training samples. So once your training samples, you are taking these features are given to the classification method. Then it will generate the classification method, generate the model as output. So model is nothing but what is the hyperplane or decision boundary model, like that I said. So the model consists of a set of rules or set of parameters. What is the parameters? These parameters. These parameters are not initial parameters, that is tuned parameters will be stored in this model. So why tuned one? For example, running the first iteration of this training samples, it will be constructed, every iteration it will be construct the hyperplane, or every iteration it is construct the model. For example, first iteration you are doing, then in the first iteration what will happen? It construct the hyperplane like this. So it constructs the hyperplane like this. It is also hyperplane decision boundary, but in this case, the classification error is more. Next iteration you are running, next iteration when you are running, your parameters W and B are tuning is going on. So next time maybe you can get your hyperplane like this. Or next another iteration going on, maybe you get the hyperplane like this. So you are getting every time hyperplane means your model is changing. After the some iterations, model is changing means here error is, for example, 30% error is there. If you are doing this is 20% is there. No, next one maybe error is getting like this. So error is maybe 10% is there. So like that every time error is changing means every time hyperplane is generating, model is generating, but its tuning is going on. Finally, what will happen after some iterations completed? Then you can get the best hyperplane. So this is error is very less, almost to zero kind of thing. So every epoch, every iteration model is generating. Okay. So for generation training, it's take the more time. Testing, what will happen? For example, your hyperplane is generated optimal one after so many iterations, then you get the this is your hyperplane. So I said this is hyperplane means what? This is your discrimination function or decision boundary. So that is W transpose X plus B greater than equal to 0, like that I said. So what is saying this hyperplane? Any data point above the line you can consider as a positive class. Any data point below the line is there, you can consider as a negative class. So for example, here I am taking one test sample. This is my test sample. Then can you tell me this test sample is belongs to which class? Positive class or negative class? So these red points are our training samples. Now here what are the green point is there, the dot point, that is my test sample. Can you tell me the test sample belongs to which class? Positive or negative class? So where is the test of sample? This test sample is above the line. Above the line means what? What your hyperplane saying? If any point on the line or above the line, you can consider as a positive class. Then simply it is give the positive class. Next you have the test sample is here. Then it is below the line negative class. So how much time is taken to classify this one? It is very less time compared to the training this model. So in case of normal classification methods, the training time is more and test time is less. But in case of lazy learners, okay, the training time is less, test time is more. So this is exactly opposite of the your regular what you are doing the classification method. Okay, this one you can call as a eager learners. Eager learners. So these are the lazy learners. So KNN classification method comes under the lazy learners. Why it comes under the lazy learners? Because training time is less, but test time is more. So how the KNN classification method will work? For example, you have the n number, have the like some samples is there. Okay. So in these samples, I need to specify the k value. Here also I need to specify the k value. So based on the k value, you need to find out the how many neighbors I need to consider. So based on the neighbor properties, it will take the decision of the given a test sample. Okay. So for example, my data is 2 class data like this is there plus, 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 minus, minus, plus. Okay, so this is the my data is there plus minus data. So just here what I did at the time of the training the sample, just to load the data, just load it. So here what are the dot I am showing? The dot is our test sample. So this dot is the test sample. Now I need to identify this dot is belongs to which class, positive class or negative class. Okay, using the k nearest neighbor classification method. So how you decided k nearest neighbor classification approach is, you need to calculate the distance from this data point to the each and every class, each and every sample in the sample space. So here, other than test sample, how many samples is there? Total 7 points is there. From each and every data point means from the test sample to the each and every data point, you can calculate the distance. You can use the any distance, equivalent distance or any distance you can use it. Okay, suppose your distance calculated. So what you're getting the distance, you can arrange it in the ascending order. So which is the minimum distance is there, it will come first, next, second, third, fourth, like that is there. So I am giving them a k value. Okay, so k value I give the 3. So k equal to 3 means you can find out the top 3 nearest distances only. So which one is the top 3 nearest distances is there? So among this, which is the more number of times classes is there? Then based on that, for given a test sample, you can divide, you can classify as that particular class. For example, here I am giving the label A, B, C, D. Here one minus sample is there, E, F, G, H. These are my samples. Okay. Now here already what are the dot is given, that is my test sample. Now I need to find out the test sample is belongs to which class. So this belongs to a positive class or negative class, I need to identify. Okay, so for that total now how many samples is there? Total now 8 samples is there in my database. Then you can calculate the distance from the data point to the each and every sample. So which is the distance is there? For example, first one is closest to the negative point, so that is contain the minimum distance, that is E. Next one, which is the minimum distance, C is the minimum distance. Next one is B is the minimum distance. Next A, next D. Next, what is the minimum distance? Either H, F, G. So like this, you have the distances is there. So I given the, I need to find out k equal to 3 means 3 nearest neighbors only, find out which is the 3 nearest distances. So you select the top 3 only. Okay, so in this top 3 selected, so what is the class of E? E belongs to which class? Minus class. And C belongs to which class? Plus class. And B belongs to which class? Plus class. So out of this, which is the more is there? Plus is more. Then the test sample you can conclude there is called as a base class. Okay, so like this you can decide the what are the test sample is there. Okay, then that is belongs to the, which is the based on the neighbors properties. So which is the more number of neighbors is there, based on that you are concluding. So that it belongs to the which class, positive class or negative class you are deciding. Okay, so this is the your k number of neighbors you are finding. So that is you can call the k nearest neighbor classification algorithm. Okay, so here how to choose the k value. For example, same example, if I choose the k equal to 1, you can get the different answer. K equal to 1 means what will get? So here k equal to 1 means which is the only nearest one, top one, only one only need to select it, because k equal to 1 value. So which is that more closest distance one? E is the more close distance one. Then E is the, what is the E value? E is the minus class. Then the test sample now decided as a minus class. Suppose if k is the bigger value taken, more value taken, then what will happen? If k is a small value taken, it won't work. If the k value is bigger is taken, that is also won't work. If k is the bigger value is taken, it will consist of a more, all the points are comes into the picture, positive points or negative points, then it's not give the correct classification results. Okay, so other way how you need to do, you can start the k value with the small value, and every iteration k value increase and check the your accuracy. Next k value increase, for again k equal to 3 completed, some accuracy you are getting, and k equal 4 some accuracy, k equal 5 some accuracy, k equal 6 some accuracy, k equal 7 some accuracy. So after that some accuracy increasing, then after that maybe chances is there to decrease. So when the starting the decreasing, then you can stop. That is only you can choose as your optimal k kind of thing. Okay, so this is the one way of you are finding the optimal k value. to k nearest neighbor classification algorithm. Okay, so basically two type of the learners is there: eager learners, lazy learners, which are the classification methods like support vector machine classifier or neural network classifier or another classification methods that are comes under the eager learners. Eager learners means the training time it will be take more and testing time will be take less. Okay, so normally training testing is there. Here I said already yesterday also one more data set is there, validation data. So validation data is nothing but just some part of the training samples, maybe 10% or 20% of the samples you taken as a validation data. So what is the purpose of validation data is at the time of the training the model, you need to get the better model output. Okay, this validation data will be helpful. But here we are not considering that validation data, only we are comparing the training and testing kind of thing. So in case of eager learners, training will be take more time, testing just to load the testing and you can test it, that is simply less time take. But in case of lazy learners, in case of training, just load the data. In case of testing, what you are doing, you are take the test sample and compare with the each and every sample in the database. So comparison means you can calculate the distance. So from the test sample to each and every sample, your distance calculating, that is time taking process. Okay, then after that calculating the distances, you can sort the distances, and depending on your k value, you can find out the top k samples, the top k related class labels. So based on that, you can apply the majority kind of thing, which one is the more majority is there, then based on that you can take the distance. So that is the KNN kind of thing. If you choose in the k equal to small value, it won't work. K equal to bigger value also, it won't work. You need to find out the optimal k means you can try with the start with a small value and apply the algorithm. You get the results, and next k value increase, apply the results, k value again increase. So it is going some iterations. So after that, once started to decreasing your accuracy, that time you can stop the with a particular k value. Okay. So have any doubts in this KNN and support vector machine classification algorithm? Any queries, any doubts?
No, sir.
Okay. So if you not have the doubts, anything, then we can wind up today's session. If you have any queries, any doubts, is there, you can ask here. Related to any classification technique, either support vector machine or KNN or unsupervised anything, or feature representations.
Okay, sir. I think.
If no doubts, then we can wind up the session.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So any doubt, participants, if you have any doubt, you can ask the questions. Okay, then.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for the
Okay.
session.
Okay. Okay.
It is very knowledgeable.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.